It's been 154 days. 5 long months. And now, the wait is over. Finally. Racing is back at Keeneland, April 7th through 28th.
Happy Saturday here at Keeneland Racecourse. In fact, it's our final Saturday card of the meet. We've got racing next week. We race Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday before we kick it over to Louisville, Kentucky. But Saturday, Sunday here this week to close out this week. And like I said, 3 more days to go. And weather, all things considered, cooperating. We had some rain late last night in the area, but it's brisk and sunny right now.
It was beautiful this time yesterday, too, and then it hailed.
Let's stay positive, Gabby.
Hey, I'm positive. It's a beautiful day. It's a little on the cooler side, which is perfect weather for horse racing. Come out here and enjoy the day. And we have 2 featured races today, the Elkhorn and the Ben Ally. And both races came up really tough.
They did. We'll be talking about those races in just a moment. So wonderful day yesterday as well. For those that participated in that Pick 6, we appreciate it. It was a very busy day in crafting these tickets that many of you got together in Greg Erie's pride for Phil D'Amato and Flavian Pratt. Kicked things off, a horse that so many times was second and third, picked up his second lifetime win, the Keeneland Grad. And then Magical Loot, we fast forward to race number 7 from off the pace coming out of that live race with Batacuda.
There were a lot of steam horses in there, and this horse kind of continued to fly under the radar, although it was bet. It wasn't like this was a long shot. I think went off at 4-1, those off odds. And then Via Reggio, the question was, could she beat Juncture? You could see Juncture, the number 1 horse in the Judgment Soaks, closing from off the pace, but she got the jump on her and found herself in the winner's circle for trainer Brendan Walsh. And Tyler Gaffleone, who had a really good day yesterday.
He did, highlighted by his win in the feature, the Bear Double Dog Dare. She came from way off the pace. That's Frost Point, the daughter of Frosted, and Frosted getting the victory. Flavian Pratt, I should say, was in the saddle, confusing that. But nonetheless, Bill Mott had a good day yesterday with that filly. That's a mare that she's gotten better as of late. We'll see if she's can step up to the likes of the Clairiere, the Secret Oath, the Nests of the world in the Distaff division. I wouldn't be shocked if she is capable of doing so the way that she won that race yesterday.
Tyler, 3 wins. 4
wins.
4 wins yesterday. 16 so far at the meet. Luis Saez in second with 12. And then we see Wesley Ward still atop the trainer standings with 10. Brad Cox with 8. And he has a horse later today, Tawny Port, in the featured Ben Ally.
And Saez is not here today, as we talked about yesterday. Luis Saez, he's down at Oaklawn Park. They got a big day down there in Hot Springs, Arkansas. The Oaklawn Handicap Charge It will be the favorite in that race. So that's why Luis Saez is not competing here today at Keeneland. So tough to let horses like Charge It go.
Yeah.
Especially when you're have an opportunity to ride $1 million race, and that's what Mr. Saez is doing this afternoon. So we'll move towards today's card in just a moment, but let's get a quick update on the weather for this Saturday with WKYT.
Happy Saturday, race fans. WKYT meteorologist Shane Smith here, and we've got a mostly dry afternoon on tap for you, although it's going to be a little cooler than it has been the last couple of days. Temperatures going to be in the upper 50s, low 60s. A few pop-up showers or storms possible during the late afternoon hours, but the big story today going to be the wind gusting from the west-northwest up to 25 to 30 miles per hour, so hold on to the hats. But it should be a mainly dry day. Those chances of showers just 20 to 30%. So enjoy the races and have a great day.
You might find me on this side of the grandstand seeking some shelter with the wind.
So windy.
It gets windy on the front side. There's no question about it. So if you're coming out here joining us for the afternoon of racing, make sure that you bring at least a light jacket if you're going to be out and about around the grounds as we welcome you to do so. Let's take a look at our full card picks for the afternoon. Download the Keeneland Race Day app. We've got the picks for you each and every day there, along with a host of other phenomenal handicappers, such as Tom Leach. And we do not agree at any point in the afternoon with our top selection, except for race 7.
Race 7. I was going to say, let me do
but
my
she's like
job,
1-2.
Scott.
Why
are you trying to do my job?
Because you're kind of shaky to start. I'm not
I am
gonna
a
lie.
little shaky, but I let you do your thing when you're a little shaky. We all have our off days. It's going to take me a little while to get into my
rhythm.
Thank you. Talking about shaky. All right, race 7. We agree on the number 7. But this is a very competitive card. We mentioned it time and time again. Sometimes race cards, they make a little bit more sense. You have favorites on the day, but this is not one of those days. I think this is a day that you find prices.
Social media, we got to be careful. I don't know if you saw the youth movement that's coming our way.
No.
They found some youngsters maybe to replace us. Make sure you check it out on Instagram, on the Keeneland Instagram.
I was like, wait, what?
We better get it together. At Keeneland Racing on Twitter, at Keeneland on Facebook. Check out the Keeneland Instagram page. They do great work during the race meets and during the sale. Great work on all of these social media outlets. At FanDuel TV, that's where you can catch the great racing coverage on FanDuel TV each and every day. Give them the follow on Twitter. And download the FanDuel TV Plus app. That's available on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. Download it now. You'll have FanDuel TV, FanDuel Racing, on-demand content, a lot of other programs on there as well, and it takes 2 seconds to download the FanDuel TV app, FanDuel TV Plus app, I should say, on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. Let's start in chronological order and with the Grade 2 versus the Grade 3. We go to the Elkhorn Stakes, this 8th race on the card. This features some hard-knocking individuals. Channelmaker, he's 9 now. He's made $3.7 million. Value Engineering, he's 7. He might be in the form of his life. He's the 2 Red Knight. He's no stranger to winning races here at Keeneland. He's 9 years old. He's made over $1.3 million. You've got Verstappen, who we've talked about in the past. Tis the Bomb, a quality horse. Hal Street might be the up-and-comer in this division. So many ways to go in the Elkhorn. Can't wait to see these horses. These are going to be some big boys competing at 1.5 miles.
And sometimes with these older turf horses, they're not always perfectly consistent.
Yeah.
But their back form can resurface at any point on any day. And that was my approach. I'll talk more about it in a minute, but which direction did you go?
Well, with that mindset, another mystery. He's the number 4 horse in here. He's a horse that is capable of running these big races. And the price that you're going to get on the number 4 horse for Team Block is going to be good, because all of those horses that I mentioned as we were showing you that field are probably going to be shorter prices versus another mystery, maybe not Verstappen on the outside in here, but nonetheless, he's a contender in here. We've seen him run some good races. We're going to go back to his race at the end of January at Sam Houston, where he ended up finishing second behind Scarlet Fusion over soft ground. You could see the conditions which they're dealing with down there in Texas. He has the lead. He gets run down late. He beats Spooky Channel, who would come out of this and win his next start for Jason Barkley in the Munez, which he competed in, this horse here today. Or I should say, this horse ran against Spooky Channel, I should say, in the Munez stake. But nonetheless, Illinois bred from a wonderful broodmare band for Team Block. You see Ioya in any of the dam side pedigree for Team Block. They have just consistently been phenomenal broodmares. And this 7-year-old son of Temple City, I like the price we're going to get. He was second in the Elkhorn last year behind Channelmaker, who will get some attention. Give me another mystery at a price. Just a consistent old school Illinois bred runner. As far as underneath, we'll go to the 7-horse House Street. Maybe he gets overplayed just because he's this sort of fresh face, and we'll see if he's ready for prime time versus these guys. But this is a big step up in class because these older horses know exactly what their job is, and we'll see how he fares for Mr. John Gunther. And then the number 2 horse to round out my top 3, Value Engineering, who was brilliant in his races down at Gulfstream Park. But another mystery in today's Elkhorn, my top selection.
Okay, I went to the old boy, one of the many old boys in here, but the old boy, the one Channelmaker, who has done so much in his career. 50 career starts, $3.7 million in earnings. And I can remember this like it was yesterday. In fact, it was just last year. Nobody liked this horse, including myself, in the Grade 2 Elkhorn. And we'll take you back to that race here at Keeneland on the 23rd of April. And he won. He was 3-1. Honestly, when you look back at the race, he should have been a much shorter price than that. He was coming off of a layoff, having competed against a company in the Breeders' Cup Turf, the Turf Classic, the Sword Dancer, the Bowling Green. We're talking about grade ones. And nobody thought, or people probably thought, that he tailed off a little bit, but he proved that that was not the case. He comes back today off of a disappointing performance in the McKnight last time out at Gulfstream. He had a horrible start. I went back and watched the replay. It's not necessary to show. If you want to watch it, you can't watch the head on. His head was completely turned at the start. And he already is a horse that has that high head carriage action, right? He never puts his head down in the afternoon. And I just think at this point in his career, he needs to go. He needs to be on the lead. He needs to get his feet out from underneath of him, and he just needs to get into a rhythm. I think he gets that today. Johnny Velasquez is on board this afternoon. He draws the rail at the 1.5 miles. I don't think there's a lot of speed. This horse hopefully is paying attention today once the gates open and he can take the field gate to wire. So going back to the old boy, but the two value engineering, I agree with you. Going back to the McKnight, Red Knight actually won that race. Red Knight is also in this race, but I thought this horse ran a little bit better, and he came back to prove that to be the case in the Grade 2 McDarmida. And then my third selection is Red Knight. He had a perfect trip. He kind of made the last move into a fast pace, got up to win the McKnight, and I respect him. I went 1-2-5 in here with Channel Maker on top.
It's a phenomenal race. I mean, there's 5 horses plus that you can make cases for. A great renewal of the Elkhorn, and quality is really what sums up the Elkhorn here this afternoon. So that's our thoughts on today's 8th race, that Grade 2 event. Let's go to the Ben Ally race number 9 on the card. This is a Grade 3, and it's as wide open, in my opinion, as the Elkhorn. Skippy Longstocking is 7-5 on the morning line. He just won the Challenger. He won the Harlan's Holiday. This is a horse that won the West Virginia Derby, that Grade 3 event, August of last year. He ran in the Preakness. He ran in the Belmont. He didn't have much of an impact in either of those American Classics, and that's just kind of his MO. He runs well when things go his way, but overcoming adversity or having to pass horses and things of that nature, he just has not shown that ability to date.
He runs hot and cold.
He does.
That's my note. He has never produced the same race back to back.
So the inconsistency leads me to Pioneer of Medina, the number 1 horse, who I think will be on the go from the inside with Tyler Gaffleone. And this is a colt for Todd Pletcher, who ran through the gauntlet last year in 2022 between the Risen Star, the Louisiana Derby, and the Kentucky Derby. And his last win came in the Mine Shaft, and he beat a good group. He beat Run Classic. He beat Mr. Wireless. And this is a performance where he was expected to run big. I think that we see more of this. West Willpower is a nice horse. Art Collector is a nice horse. And if you're looking at, well, why was he 6-1 in the New Orleans Classic? It's because of those two, and especially Art Collector on the heels of his big win in the Pegasus World Cup. So this horse, to me, has the capability against a group like this to be able to win. Tyler Gaffleone fills in, as we mentioned. Luis Saez is riding Charge It in the Oaklawn Handicap. So Tyler, who's ridden this horse in the past, he rode him to a 3rd in the Louisiana Derby and even rode him in a allowance race here at Keeneland. I think he's just become a better horse at the age of 4. It's evident by his 3 runs thus far. So for Samaya U.S. Stables and Todd Pletcher, give me the 1. Skippy Longstocking, the 4. If the 1 doesn't go, perhaps he will try to go and be out in the clear, because like I said, that he needs things to go well for him early to be successful late. And then Rattle and Roll, Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland. He'll be trying to run him down at this longer mile and 3/16 distance. So 1-4-5 in the Ben Ally.
I go to the 5, Rattle and Roll, and this is a horse that 2 hasn't always been the most consistent, but I can make an excuse for his last race, and it was still good. That was in the Grade 2 New Orleans Classic, and once again, Pioneer of Medina did run in that race, and he finished behind this horse. But we'll take you back to the American Derby. This was at Churchill Downs last year. He has won since then. I just thought this was a really good race, and it showed that he doesn't have to be so pace dependent. The fractions in this race, 24-2, 48-3, that was going 1 mile and a 16th. He found himself 2 lengths off the pace at one point, made his move, and opened up on the field to win by 2 lengths. So despite, depending on what the pace scenario looks like, I think he can adapt to whatever is in front of him. He can close well from off the pace. He can also find himself a little bit more forwardly placed. I like him at this distance, I think is also key, because with Pioneer of Medina, I feel like the 1 mile and a 16th is a sweet spot for him, and that's not necessarily why I picked him on top. I think Rattle and Roll is a horse that can certainly run all day. He's just going to start picking up the pieces late and hopefully catch them by the time they hit the finish line. The 1 Pioneer of Medina I mentioned. I think the reason why he ran so poorly in the Grade 2 New Orleans Classic, it was back a little quick, and also I truly think that it was a very forward track that day. West Willpower went gate to wire. I said this stat before in relation to the Louisiana Derby and the Oaks, the Fairgrounds Oaks. There were 7 route races. 5 of the 7 route races were won by horses on or near the lead. So that I thought was kind of significant. Give him a pass for that, and then the 4 Skippy Longstocking is going to be my 3rd selection. Again, consistency, lack of consistency is the reason why I don't go to him on top.
Just another side note that we'll be tracking in that Ben Ally, the Grade 3 race number 9, is Brad Cox. He's actually on the verge of breaking a stakes record as far as wins by a trainer in a single meet. He's already tied it. He has 4 stakes wins this season so far, and he's got Tawny Port in there, so he could stand alone as far as most stakes win in the season at Keeneland if Tawny Port, Stone Street Lexington winner from last April, if he's able to get back into form here today for Peachtree Stable. For more on today's Ben Ally, let's go to Tom Leach.
Grade 3 Ben Ally on the card. Vicky Oliver will saddle Trademark. He got good last fall, winning an excellent performance here at Keeneland. How close is he to that form?
I think he's very close to that form. He's doing really, really well. I actually trained him for the Razorback this winter, and when I was putting him on the van, he had blown an abscess out his foot. So I ended up going to the Challenger Stakes at Tampa. So I wasn't exactly quite right the way I wanted him going into that race, but I wanted to get a race in him for the Ben Ali. I think he's really good when he runs out of his own barn, so hopefully we'll look for a big effort tomorrow.
Mile and 3/16, any concern?
I'd prefer it to be a mile late, but I don't think it'll bother him at any point. So, you know, I think his running style might suit the way the track's been playing. So hopefully it'll be in our favor.
Is he a horse that one race is enough to get him back to where you want him?
I think so. He's a pretty forwardly trained horse. He gallops pretty strong. He breezes really well and strong. So, and he's not a real heavy horse. So I think he should be okay after just one start.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Trademark, one to keep an eye on in the Grade 3 Ben Ally.
Let's move to the clock report for this Saturday. Race 6, race 8 will be the 2 races where the 2 horses will be focused in on. And starting in race number 6, Cartographer, 59-3, second best at 29 on the 2nd of April. Training exceptionally well, needs to get away clearly. Lasix for debut should give a good showing. And then Red Knight, fresh and ready, mile and a half right up his alley. We've seen it before here at Keeneland Racecourse. Gabby informing me, Cartographer, one who produces maps. I had to look it up. You're right.
I'm full of random facts, and I think I have my mother to blame for that.
I think but is that even a thing anymore? Because if you're producing maps, you're working for Google or Apple,
Yeah,
right?
probably digitally now.
Exactly. So the digital maps. But well done on the Cartographer.
Yeah, I'm full of info. That seems like a loaded race. That's a very nice maiden special weight for 3-year-olds because he's in there. Mr. Keating's in there for my husband who really likes his horse in there. Brad Cox sends out Class Actor, Senate Ghost Zapper, who they paid $230 for at the Keeneland September sale. And then there's also who's in there?
Asmussen horse, yeah.
Billy Jack. So loaded.
And Solevo. Good restaurant in Saratoga. Pick 4 time.
Yeah.
Let's get after it.
Oh, I'm going first. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Race 7, I'm singling Socially Selective. Come on, this filly is so much the best in this field. I mean, she just produced faster races. Her debut was very impressive. She finished second to Keo Life, who came back to impress here at Keeneland for Brad Cox. Keeping it simple in the first leg of the sequence. 1, 2, 5, 8. In the Grade 2 Elkhorn, Channel Maker. We talked about my top 3 selections. The only other horse that I'm including is the 8 highest honors for Mr. Farish and Chad Brown. And then we get to the 9th race. It's the Ben Ally. I also spread in there with the 1 Pioneer of Medina, Skippy Longstocking, the 5 Rattle and Roll, and the 7 Tawny Port. And then we get to the finale, 2, 3, 6, and 7. That's a salty allowance race.
$3 turf pick 3 comes mid-card, race number 5, post time 3:08 Eastern Time, 5, 8, and 10 the sequence. Catherine for Chris Block at 20-1 on the morning line. Needs to step up, but hard to knock this filly's form thus far for the Lothenbach Stables, the daughter of Warfront. The 3-horse Misan Sen, the international invader, she's run against the best competition. We'll see if she can bring it here today. I do have some question marks about that filly just in general, but tough to leave her off. And then Lovely Princess, the number 4 horse for Kenny McPeak. Race number 8, 2, 4, and 7 are the 3 numbers that we'll be using there. Value Engineering, Another Mystery, and Howe Street. But you obviously could include Red Knight and Channel Maker, and then close things out in race number 10 with Anguston, a horse that missed a lot of time, came back with a good run, in his most recent race for Lonnie Wiggins. Trainer Lon Wiggins now an assistant to Jason Barkley, so that's why he moves over to Jason Barkley's care. But I think Anguston 10-1. Good luck getting that. I think that he's going to be a big-time player in the nightcap here today.
All right, time for our spotlight.
Sailgrad Spotlight. Let's take a look at Class Actor. We haven't hit a rhythm yet, and it's 10 to the top of the hour. Sailgrad Spotlight, hip number 604, goes for $230,000. This is a horse by Go Sapper, owned by Spendthrift Farm, and is also part of the upcoming Keeneland April sale, Horses of Racing Age sale, which will take place 1 week from tomorrow. It gets underway at 4 o'clock Eastern time. So best actor in race number 7, number 6, I should say, is the number 7 horse, $230,000 Keeneland graduate.
You're going to take us to race number 7, though.
I am taking us to
Your
race number 7.
key angle.
The filly
Best
that will
bet.
be the shortest price on the day by
I'll agree
a
with that.
long ways, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Socially selective, even money on the morning line. Big scratch in here because it looked like Unsung Melody was the only one that could really give her much of a challenge, in my opinion. So I think that they're opting for another opportunity, truthfully. Socially selective. We'll roll back her last race in the Purple Mountain Stakes, Purple Martin, I should say, down at Oaklawn Park, where she chased Key of Life around there. Key of Life comes out of this race, wins the Beaumont. As we heard from Brad Cox, they called the audible to come here. They found themselves a grade 3 win in the Beaumont. And here's a filly that won on debut. She won at Saratoga by 7 1/4 lengths, socially selective, and then runs this good second place finish behind Key of Life. So she'll be tough in here. Bill Mott, Irad Ortiz Jr., daughter of Speightster. See, the Speightster runners do well here in the last couple of years. There's that horse out on the West Coast for my racehorse whose name is escaping me. It's a drink reference, and you're not helping. But nonetheless, that's a son of Speightster.
Going on up there.
So, we'll see if Socially Selected can pull it off. I originally had 7/2 as the ice cold exacta, but 7-4 for me now for Wesley Ward underneath with Devious Stairs.
Ice cold exacta. I think you have it spot on there, but
Okay.
I don't know how much it's going to pay. Race 10 is the
Pay
nightcap.
something. We're going to profit, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
That's why you
That's
bet
always
20.
the idea. 5.5 furlongs on the turf. Just Might is the 7-2 favorite. Just shows you how deep this field is. It's a tough race. I did wind up landing on the 3 Beer Can Man. I said this yesterday, but the horse didn't necessarily win. I still think Phil D'Amato is bringing very appropriate, strong horses, very strategic with what he sends here. He won yesterday. He just didn't win with the maiden. But Beer Can Man will take you back to Del Mar. This was back in November of 2021. So he is coming in off of a pretty lengthy layoff. But we say this time and time again, I don't think you have to be 100% fit in order to win a turf sprint. You just have to have some luck and you have to have some speed. And this horse definitely has the speed, hopefully has the luck later today. Flavien Prat gets the mount today. I think he'll be forwardly placed. He doesn't necessarily need the lead. I think he's better with a little bit of a target. But he's 5 for 6 at this distance. He's a 6-time winner on the turf, and he is a very classy horse. So he's going to be my top pick, but I also do really like the 6 Nobles for trainer Larry Ravelli. Now, here's my question. Between the 6 and the 7, who makes the lead between these horses? Because they're very, very fast, both of them. So that was,
I'd say the 6.
Yeah, I mean, and ultimately that's why I went. When there's 2 speed horses, go with one of them. The one that I opted for was a 6. You like Anguston instead, but I went 3-6 on top of several in the exacta.
On top of several. There you go. Larry Ravelli, I wonder if he'll be out here because he's getting geared up for a big run over at Churchill.
Phils.
2 Phils. Same connections, Patricia's Hope, part owner of that Son of Heartspun. So nice to have Larry Ravelli with the horse running here at Keeneland Racecourse. Those are our best angles of the day. Here's Tom Leach's long shot of the day.
Today's long shot play is the 3rd horse in the 3rd race. Hopefully he finishes better than 3rd. Lucky Smile. Lucky Smile was claimed out of a race last September at Churchill Downs by Sharp Barn. And that barn, the Tomlinson barn, goes to its go-to rider, Joe Rocco, in this spot. I'll forget the last race and focus on the opportunity on the class drop to get the money with Lucky Smile.
Side bet of the day, Gabby coming with Via Reggio yesterday, so you're up 2-1, 2 days left this week. Got to get even. Let's go Ben Ally, heads up, Pioneer Medina, going to outrun Rattle and Roll. He'll be chasing him late. It's going to come down to distance.
I guess, yeah, I think that's fair. Or we could also do the last race, because that was my best bet, best angle, and you also singled Anguston in your pick 3.
Who are you going with there? Who's the top selection?
I went to Beer Can Man. Whatever you want.
Yeah, that's I don't like that.
Okay, let's do Ben Ally.
I think it's a more equal.
Yeah,
we're on
I'll
a more
agree
even
with you.
footing in the Ben Ally. So I've got Pioneer Medina. You've got Rattle and Roll.
Okay.
3-1 for you. 7-2 morning line for me on Pioneer
Fair.
Medina. Hit us up on Twitter, Team Gabby, Team Scott. Who you backing this week? At Keeneland Racing is where you can place your vote, and you're competing for Silipints. Unfortunately, I didn't hit the pick 6 yesterday, so I'm not going to go out and clear out the gift shop. So that means you have an opportunity to go over there and pick one up for yourself.
Some people
Or
did
several.
really well, though, on small tickets yesterday. I mean, maybe that was just what they were telling us. But
Well, I don't doubt it. It's we were terrible. We didn't
were
have
terrible.
Gregory's pride in that first leg, and we got beat that far. But then even then, I think we went 3 for 6 or 4
I
for
think
6.
we didn't have Mott's horse
Yeah,
in
we
the
didn't have
feature.
Cross Point.
Yeah.
No, we did not.
There's always another day and another wager.
It's National Jelly Bean Day, so enjoy some jelly beans if you wish to do so. I don't know where Isaac comes up with these things. Is there like a calendar with these
Least
national...
favorite jelly bean flavor.
Least favorite?
Yeah.
Popcorn.
Popcorn.
It's terrible.
Yes, it's
Absolutely
horrible. Get
horrible.
rid of the
I
popcorn.
cannot- And I'll tell you what, if you're ever in Northern California, go to the Jelly Belly factory. That's where it's at. At least one of them's there.
I'll put that on the list.
It's a good spot. The kids love it. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy this brilliant day of racing this Saturday here at Keeneland.
In this industry, timing is everything. Every moment counts. And this moment is yours to seize. Sell a hot runner. Find your next winner. Strengthen your stable. Sunday, April 30th at Keeneland, following the spring race meet. The April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, a sales event to kick off Kentucky Derby Week at the World's Marketplace.
Last September broke records.
It brought the energy, the magic, the momentum.
And this year, it all returns.
Only at the World's Yearling Sale. Keeneland, September. New Toyota Tundra is amazing. It's rugged and capable.
Designed, engineered, and built right here in the USA.
And Tundra is more powerful and more fuel efficient.
The iForce Max hybrid powertrain delivers 437 horsepower.
And with the multi-terrain select, no matter what the conditions are, it automatically adjusts the engine, throttle, and traction.
While the crawl control modulates the throttle and brakes.
When we say you can go anywhere and do anything,
Tundra really means it.
Yeah.
Toyota. Let's go places.
It's been 154 days. 5 long months. And now, the wait is over. Finally. Racing is back at Keeneland, April 7th through 28th.
Keeneland welcomes Blue Note to the paddock. Blue Note is the newest University of Kentucky a cappella group and is open to all UK choir members. The group appears every year at UK choral concerts and are featured during the annual college holiday performances. Please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Peggy McNulty with Mutuals as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Peggy.
Emergency, Keeneland is dedicated to ensuring the safety of our patrons. This video illustrates the proper evacuation protocol from all locations in the Keeneland Grandstand facility. Depending on the nature of the emergency, directions may be altered. Please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel. Patrons should never use elevators during an evacuation. Patrons in the corporate boxes, Eclipse Room, and Phoenix Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Lafayette Room, Keeneland Room, Lexington Room, and Kentucky Room should exit using the stairway located near Elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the third floor main clubhouse and clubhouse paddock dining rooms should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the Bluegrass Room and third floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the Finish Line Room and Green Room should exit using the stairway leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the second level and through the doors outside. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the outside reserved grandstand seats and boxes should proceed down the nearest stairway to the ground level. Proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the second floor main clubhouse dining room and life members room should exit using the stairway on the south side of the administrative offices. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the South Gate. Patrons in the second floor clubhouse paddock dining room and clubhouse tavern should exit using the stairway located near elevator A. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and veer right to exit through the lower club entrance. Patrons in the mezzanine bar and second floor ITW area should exit using the stairway located near elevator B. Proceed down the stairs to the ground floor and exit through the paddock area using the East Gate. Patrons in the sports bar and cantina should exit through the doors leading to the North Terrace. Proceed down the stairs to the ground level and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the lower club, clubhouse lawn, club lobby, and director's room should proceed toward the clubhouse parking lot using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the gift shop should proceed toward the South Gate using the nearest point of exit. Patrons in the apron area should proceed under the grandstand towards the paddock area and exit via the nearest point of exit, the South Gate or the East Gate. Patrons in the equestrian room and first floor Brats and Brew should proceed towards the North Terrace and exit through the North Gate. Patrons in the paddock area and North Terrace should proceed toward the nearest point of exit, the South Gate, East Gate, or North Gate. After evacuating the facility, please remain calm and follow the direction of guest services and security personnel in the safest route to return to your vehicle. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland Racecourse, where the main track is fast, the turf is good. Rail at 0 feet today, full width, all lanes open. On the turf course, again, it's listed good for today's card. Time now for a look at the program changes. First race, first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes, also kicks off that early pick 5. In the opener today, scratch the 2, My Dark Secret, and scratch the 6, Yogurt. Again, scratch the 2, My Dark Secret, and scratch the 6, Yogurt. Second race, start of the early pick 4, no changes in race 2. Third race, scratch the 4, Cote d'Ivoire, scratch the 5, Shortly, scratch the 14, Mr. Kitty, and scratch the 15, Schmear. That's in the third race. Scratch the 4, Cote d'Ivoire. Scratch the 5, Shortly. Scratch the 14, Mr. Kitty. And scratch the 15, Schmear. Please note number 13 draws into the race. 13, Kvetching Ma, will run. Fourth race has no changes. Race 5 is the start of the pick 6, no carryover. Also the start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. In race 5, a change of equipment for number 3, Mise en Scène. No cheek pieces today. Change of equipment, number 3, Mise en Scène. No cheek pieces today. Sixth race, start of the late pick 5. Take out number 13. Saturday Longlegs did not draw into the race. 13 did not draw in. Seventh race, start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 2, Unsung Melody. That's in the seventh race. Scratch the 2, Unsung Melody. Race 8, the grade 2 Elkhorn. Scratch number 6, Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy. That's in race 8. Scratch the 6, Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy. Ninth race, the grade 3 Ben Ally. No changes. 10th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Happy Saturday to you, Kurt Becker, as we welcome you to Keeneland Racecourse. A gorgeous Saturday afternoon as far as the weather is concerned. Hope that we get this for the remainder of the afternoon. It was kind of all over the place yesterday, but that's behind us, and we've got to look ahead here towards a wonderful race card, including 2 featured stakes races.
The grade 2 Elkhorn is one of them, and the grade 3 Ben Ally as well, and both races came up to be ultra competitive. We'll start talking about the grade 2 Elkhorn, and Red Knight is signed on as your 5-2 favorite, but there are some old classy horses in this race, including Channel Maker, who has made upwards of $3.7 million in his career.
Class is the definition of this grade 2 Elkhorn. We look forward to it. Make sure you get involved. Race number 8, 4:40 Eastern Time, 4:44 Eastern Time, scheduled post time for the grade 2 Elkhorn. And then we go one forward to the Ben Ally grade 3 event featuring Skippy Longstocking, Pioneer of Medina, Rattle and Roll, a grade 1 winner here at Keeneland, and last year's Stone Street Lexington winner, Tawny Port.
The favorite is Skippy Longstocking, coming out of a grade 3 win last time out. He is a multiple graded stakes winner, and he has been in very good form for Staffy Joseph Jr., but Todd Pletcher sends out Pioneer of Medina, getting at a distance today. Kenny McPeak sends out Rattle and Roll, and Brad Cox with Tawny Port, where there might be a little bit of history on the line today for Brad Cox in stakes races today.
Yeah, Brad Cox comes into the afternoon with 4 stakes victories this meet. That is tied for the most at any meet for a trainer, and if he's able to pick up another stakes win between now and the end of the meet next Friday, he would sit alone with 5 or potentially more. But he's got a big look today with Tawny Port. That is a look at the featured events today here at Keeneland Racecourse. We are coming up on post time for the opener at the top of the hour. Race number 1 here this afternoon is a group of $16,000 claimers running for a $45,000 purse. Fillies and mares 4 and up, 6.5 furlongs the distance. Starts the first double of the day, also first pick 3, and also begins the always popular early pick 5. I go to the number 4 horse, Lucy's Looking Left, for Daddy's Dip Racing Stable and Joel Campbell. Joel Campbell from a family of horsemen up in the Chicagoland area. His father, Michael, a conditioner, a trainer. Joel, at one point in time, was a jockey, and his brother, the same Jesse Campbell, actually won a Queen's Plate not long back up in Canada, Canada's premier 3-year-old race. But nonetheless, Lucy's Looking Left, coming down from Hawthorne Racecourse, adding blinkers here today, was 3rd last time out, 4th 2 starts back, going 5/8 of a mile. I think 6.5 furlongs is going to be a big key for this filly. And showing up here with Jareth Loveberry, who gets an opportunity to ride a lot of these Chicago invaders.
Blinkers going on for the first time, and that should help her get a little bit more involved in the race. She sometimes has a tendency to drop far out of it, but in this race, I think you have to have a tactical position early.
You got the one on top, High Speed. That's for Grant Forrester, a horse that takes a pretty big drop down in class here today for the Keeneland debut.
And that's it. I have no special reasons for this horse. I just think the drop in class is significant. They've tried turf with her, they tried dirt with her, and she just can't make it at the allowance to other than level. So why not drop her in class and get her back in the win column?
Let's move over to the 8 horse to the outside of this group, and that is Risada for Ethan West, off of a victory, coming to this race off of a victory against non-winners of 3 types at Turfway Park. So this is a move up in competition for the filly by Palace Malice.
Sometimes in these races, though, Scott, even though we do see some horses dropping in class, I like to see horses who are doing well, who are coming into the race off of a good effort. And that was the case with Rosada. Yes, she only won for 7,500 last time out, but she won easily. So despite, in this race, we have horses that have been in bad form against tougher, but at least she's been in good form against easier, and hopefully she can ride that momentum to a good finish today.
And then she's gone to Wild for Barron Racing Stables, Jason Barkley. Barkley's not run a lot of horses here at Keeneland. We'll see if he picks that up over at Churchill in the coming meet. But here's another class dropper that you have to consider just based on that said drop in class.
This is a huge drop. She ran against no silver spoons here 2 starts back. She would go on to win a restricted Louisiana-bred stakes race at the fairgrounds on closing day. She is a Louisiana-bred, and I would imagine Jason doesn't keep horses in Louisiana over the winter, so this is just the right, appropriate drop to try to get her back in the win column again.
First of 10 getting set to get underway here at Keeneland Racecourse. We'll begin with a $16,000 claiming event to start the early pick 5. Wide open race as it stands right now. Really only one horse not getting much attention at all. It's the number 7 horse who's at 13-1. Hold on to your tiara. But of the others, all really vying for a piece of the favorite's role here in race number 1. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Race 1, fillies and mares age 4 and up, a $16,000 claiming price. They will go 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Main track is fast. The turf is listed good. Double pick 3 and early pick 5 wagering here. Scratch the 2, My Dark Secret, and scratch number 6, Yogurt. Post time, 7 minutes.
Taking a look at these horses warming up front side with 6 minutes to post. Race number 1 here at Keeneland. We're looking at the Chicago Invader. That's Lucy's Looking Left for Joel Campbell. This Phillies trainer, Joel, just telling me that he hopes that things set up out in front of her with some speed. So hoping to reel them in late. She gets blinkers here today. Also asked him about coming down from Hawthorne here to a tougher group at Keeneland Racecourse, and he said it's his owner's dream to be here at Keeneland, just showing you what this place means to folks in sports and obviously in thoroughbred horse racing. It's always a pleasure to be here and see folks come down here and live their dreams out at Keeneland Racecourse. As we all know, it is a wonderful place. We wish the best to Daddy's Dip Racing Stable and Lucy's Looking Left here in race number 1. But 5-2 on the rail horse. That's the favorite high speed for Grant Forster. Dropping down in class here today. Competitive race coming up in less than 5 minutes.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Why Behave comes out for the lead. Hold On to Your Tiara has early speed as well. Hold On to Your Tiara puts ahead in front only for a moment. Why Behave moves up, takes the lead now down toward the inside, gets over next to the rail. Hold On to Your Tiara goes second by a length. High Speed is in third. Lucy's Looking Left is between horses in fourth. Risada fifth on her outside. And then a gap of another 9 lengths back to the trailer. She's Gone to Wild. His last opening quarter went in 22.77 seconds. Why Behave is the leader. Hold On to Your Tiara tries to draw alongside. Half length separates the top 2. High Speed is third down toward the inside. Risada 3 wide and fourth. Still over 3 lengths from the lead, though. Lucy's Looking Left is in fifth in between horses as they round the far turn. Why Behave continues to lead. Why Behave to the top of the stretch. Leads it by a length and a half. Hold On to Your Tiara second. Now High Speed is switching lanes off the rail. Still third and still 4 lengths from the front. Why Behave is the leader. Hold On to Your Tiara second. High Speed tries to pick up the leader now and comes forward from the outside. High Speed, Hold On to Your Tiara, both trying to chase down Why Behave, who's a stubborn foe toward the inside. A 16th to go. High Speed keeps driving at her from the outside. Why Behave is still there toward the inside. Down to the wire. Why Behave, Edgar Morales to win at High Speed second. Then Hold On to Your Tiara third. And She's Gone to Wild was fourth.
Why Behave kept on going. She had some pressure late in this stretch. In fact, it looked like the one was going best of all at this point in time, was going to be able to maybe cruise past her. But Why Behave, Edgar Morales for Maggie Moss pulling off the win first off the claim.
Yeah, it looked like she was just kind of loping along coming down the stretch, but somehow she dug in and she found more. Even with that late pressure of the one High Speed late stages of the race, she hangs on for the win. Why Behave, your unofficial winner of today's opener.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's first race: number 3, Why Behave, was first. Number 1, High Speed, was second. Number 7, Hold On to Your Tiara, was third. And the 5, She's Gone to Wild, was fourth. 3175 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 3, Why Behave, owned by Maggie Moss, trained by Joel de la Cruz Mejia. Edgar Morales is the jockey. Why Behave, a 4-year-old wicked strong filly out of Miss Busy by E. Dubai. Winner bred in Kentucky by Tom Durant. The 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 19.09 seconds. Results official for that first race, 3175, the official results. Keeneland's second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering at start of the early pick 4. Race 2 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Main track is fast turf listed good today. There are no changes in the upcoming second race. Looking ahead to the third event, a reminder in race 3, scratch the 4, Cote d'Ivoire, scratch the 5, Shortly, scratch 14, Mr. Kitty, and scratch 15, Schmear. That's in the third race, scratch the 4, Cote d'Ivoire, scratch the 5, Shortly, also scratch 14, Mr. Kitty, and 15, Schmear. A reminder, number 13 will run. 13, Kvetching Maw, draws into the race. Fourth race has no changes. A reminder in race 5, a change of equipment. Number 3, Mise en Scène, no cheek pieces today. It's race 5, change of equipment. 3, Mise en Scène, no cheek pieces today.
Race number 2, 20 minutes to post here at Keeneland Racecourse, starts today's early pick 4. It's a starter allowance race, a mile and a 16th, first wire finish here for the mile and a 16th distance. And the number 4 horse, deck of cards, my top play, Jonathan Wong, first off the claim. He is lethal with these types of moves. We've seen it time and time and time again on the West Coast. You're going to start seeing more of it and more of it here in the state of Kentucky. They claimed this horse off of a couple of wins that he produced or she produced. She won for 15. She's being moved up in class. All positive signs with this filly, especially Jonathan Wong, first off the claim, winning 30% of the time.
I would like to go into that statistic, though, and see what he does with his horses first off the claim. Does he make lateral moves? Does he drop? Or does he raise them up in class? And I'm not knocking this filly, but she is taking a huge step up in class. When you win a claiming race at non-winners of 3 for 15 and you have to step into a starter 50, Scott, that is a big step up in class.
You've got the one on top. That's Ghostly Girl for Kenny McPeak. She's been here. She's run at this level, and she ran against a very good filly that you're very familiar with 2 starts back in South Lawn, who'll be a pretty big contender in the upcoming Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, South Lawn went on to win the Grade 2 Fairgrounds Oaks, and that's what Ghostly Girl, or that's who Ghostly Girl had to compete against when she faced winners for the first time. She dropped a little bit in class to the starter allowance level. Last time out, it was an honest pace. She was close to that honest pace, and I thought overall a very good performance at a similar level. When you look at the field that she faced last time out, it's very similar to what she faces here today.
Dale Romans has the club. The number 3 horse, meets leading rider Tyler Gaffalione, is going to take the call. She comes off of races at Gulfstream Park. She ran on the synthetic in her most recent start. She had the lead, and she got caught. But perhaps with this short stretch in play, that could be a big plus for this Union Rags filly.
That could help her. I still question what is her best distance and what is her best surface, Scott. She spent a long time sprinting on the turf. She's dabbled in going a distance of ground on the turf, even on the dirt as well, synthetic. Her lone 2 wins have come on the turf. So I like her in here. I think she's a very classy filly in this race fits. But where is she best? That was still the question I had in the back of my mind.
Hashtag winner. I think the worry for the form that this mare comes into this race with is the fact that she has just been content with coming way far off the pace. And if she does that again today, it's going to be a tall task to win going a mile and a 16th here at Keeneland.
It's true. She's going to have to hope for a total pace collapse. Both she and the 6 La Turista, they come from the clouds. And to be honest, there's just not that much speed. The 4 deck of cards might be able to get the jump on the field, and Ghostly Girl won't be too far behind her. It could be a fast pace. I don't think it's going to be a contentious pace that will fall apart into the hands of a closer.
Race number 2, 17 minutes to post. Once again, starts today's early pick 4 at Keeneland.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Starter allowance, fillies and mares age 3 and up. A mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in race 2. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. Main track is fast. The turf listed good, 8 minutes to post.
There's a look at deck of cards. The current favorite 2-1 on the board. Jonathan Wong saying that this was a race that they targeted, feeling that it might have come up a little bit light, and that's I think what's happened here as far as the competition. He thinks this horse can go gate to wire, so it's pretty obvious what the game plan is going to be with Ray Gutierrez in the saddle.
Scott, on paper, it definitely seems to be the case as well. She is a clear-cut speed. She's been very fast, and that first wire finish, short stretch run at the mile and a 16th will certainly help her.
The 2-horse Lagarity is currently sitting at 13-1. Here's a horse that was also just claimed last time out for an operation I'll be honest with you, not familiar with. Lance Rutledge sending this filly forward, also co-owner of the Daughter of Connect that they claimed for $30,000.
Nor am I, Scott, but I just thought that this horse had a lot of pep to her step on the track this afternoon, just watching her go through the post parade, and she seemed like she had some really positive energy. So maybe a horse that you can use underneath at a price.
6 minutes to post. It's race number 2 here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. Ghostly Girl from the inside. Here's Deck of Cards from the outside. The Club is away running in third in between that pair. Deck of Cards moves up for the lead. Deck of Cards, the leader, heading into the first turn, starts to get clear of the inside traffic, tries to angle down, but Ghostly Girl is going to be right there to press the issue and won't give up that spot on the rail. So Deck of Cards has to kick in another gear, moves on by now, and has clearance to move down next to the rail, leading it by 3/4 of a length. The Club goes second up on the outside. Ghostly Girl is settled back into the third position. Legerity, a lane off the rail between horses, in fourth. La Turista fifth, gap of 3 lengths back to Hashtag Winner, who his last opening quarter went in 24.43 seconds. Deck of Cards is the leader up the backstretch for Ray Gutierrez and leads it by just 1 length. The Club is second to the outside, a half length, and is followed by Ghostly Girl back toward the inside. In third, Legerity fourth, La Turista fifth, and then Hashtag Winner last. First half mile, 48.73 seconds. On to the far turn. It is Deck of Cards still showing the way, 3/4 of a length. The Club is second on the outside, a length and a half. Ghostly Girl is in third and starts to move toward the outside to try to track down the leader midway on the far turn. Then a gap of 5 more lengths to Legerity. Hashtag Winner next to last. La Turista trails, quarter pole, and it is still Deck of Cards, but Ghostly Girl is coming at her. Ghostly Girl ranges up on the outside of Deck of Cards. The Club is 3 lengths away in third into the stretch. Ghostly Girl gets the lead by a neck. Deck of Cards is trying to fight back and responds to the inside. They bump into the final furlong. Ghostly Girl outside. Deck of Cards inside has the lead and has it a half length. Deck of Cards, Ray Gutierrez turning back the challenge to win it. Ghostly Girl was across the line in the second position. The Club was home third, close for fourth.
Well, Deck of Cards set the pace as we thought she would, and she kept on going. There's some contact between these two fillies down the stretch, so we'll see if they, in fact, decide to take a look at it. But, Gabby, what did I say about Jonathan Wong first off the claim?
Good. He wins at a high percentage. You're right. But yes, I do think we need to take another look, especially the head-on coming down the stretch. Perhaps the stewards will take a look, maybe even a jockey objection. I'm not sure if the 1 came in or the 4 came out. My initial thought was that the 1 came in and might have bumped the 4, but we shall see. The 4, though, Deck of Cards, taking the field gate to wire and finding more, digging in deep stretch.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's second race: 4, Deck of Cards was first, 1, Ghostly Girl second, 3, The Club third, 2, Legerity fourth. 4-1-3-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, number 4, Deck of Cards, owned by Gulliver Racing LLC of Phil Bongiovanni, owned also by trainer Jonathan Wong, the jockey Ray Gutierrez. Deck of Cards, a 4-year-old filly by Nyquist out of Mother of Swords by Warfront, bred in Kentucky by Springhouse Farm and Hunter Valley Farm. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 45.87 seconds. Results of race 2 official. 4-1-3-2, the official results. Keeneland's third race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering. A reminder, scratch the 4, Cote d'Ivoire. Scratch the 5, Shortly. Also scratch 14, Mr. Kitty, and 15, Schmear. Again, scratch the 4, Cote d'Ivoire. Scratch the 5, Shortly. Scratch the 14, Mr. Kitty, and scratch the 15, Schmear. A reminder, number 13 will run. 13, Kvetching Ma, draws into the race. No changes in the fourth race. Looking ahead to race 5. A reminder, in the fifth race, change of equipment today for number 3, Mise en Scène, no cheek pieces. That's a change of equipment. Race 5, number 3, Mise en Scène, no cheek pieces. Main track is fast, turf listed good.
Less than 18 minutes to post for race number 3 here at Keeneland. Maiden $30,000 claiming event for 3 and up. They'll be going 7 furlongs, the 1-turn distance out of the chute on the backstretch here at Keeneland Racecourse. And off the cuff is where we will start. The 2-1 favorite right now for trainer Mike Maker cuts back in distance after flashing speed in those 2-turn route races at Turfway Park. I think if that speed is in play here today and the cutback in distance aids the speed to keep going further, I think he'll be awfully tough with Tyler Gaffalione coming off of a 4-win day here yesterday at Keeneland.
Yeah, Tyler had a great day yesterday afternoon, and with the rail post position, this horse is just going to go. When you go back to the last time that he did draw the rail, it was against 9 other horses at Turfway Park, and that was off a layoff. I thought he ran really well that day, finishing second to Bold Looker. The 7 furlongs shouldn't be an issue. This just seems like the right level for a very fast horse who has the advantage of the rail today.
The 8-horse Kislovskis for Greg Foley. First off the claim, ran for 30 last time out. Foley had a win yesterday here. Greg Foley had a win yesterday here at Keeneland Racecourse, and I think that this one has to be respected. Also a cutback in distance type, and he comes out of that Tim Tall race that we've referred to yesterday or the day before here at Keeneland. Tim Tall was second in a race on the 11th of March and won earlier this meet. So watch out for the 8. And Irad Ortiz Jr., he's in the saddle.
I think he'll be able to just stalk the pace. Last time out, he stretched out to the 1.1 miles. He opened up on the field and couldn't quite sustain coming down the stretch. But first off the claim for Greg Foley, I actually think this horse has some talent. Having spent the winter down at the fairgrounds, he faced some tough fields in those maiden races, all respective to the company that he faces today. And I just think this is a good claim for a barn that does well off the claim.
Race number 3, 16 minutes to post. Catching up with one of the valets here, Rami Torres. Great to see him part of the team here at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's go to the number 12 horse to the outside. That's Hale Allen for Jordan Blair. Birdsong Gelding, who also cuts back in distance. He probably is not as quick as some of these other ones, so he might be tracking off the pace. The number 12, Ray Gutierrez, he's looking for back-to-back on the card.
When you go back to his last sprint race, he did not get out of the gate very well, so maybe that was just, it was just an issue that he had that particular day. But now that he turns back in distance, I think he will hope for a fast pace to close into.
And then finally, the number 7 horse, who is 8-1 as it stands right now. That's Battle Born, a colt by More Than Ready. Takes a further drop down in class. He's kind of run the same race every time, even with the drop down in class. Perhaps the surface switch will be something that changes things around for him as he'll attempt to race on dirt for the first time.
And he does take a little bit of a step down in class. He faced maiden $50,000 claimers last time out. Today he's in for the 30. He was bet down to, I believe, the second choice last time out at 3-1. First time blinkers on. He does seem a little bit one pace, Scott. So I think he's kind of a horse that needs things to go his way. We'll see today if they do. But I just thought he was a horse that was capable, at least from a numbers perspective, to hit the board at 8-1.
Just click down to 14 minutes to post. It's race number 3 coming up here at Keeneland. 7 furlong, maiden $30,000 event.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's third race. Maiden claiming race 3-year-olds and up, a $30,000 prize, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 4, Cote d'Ivoire. Also scratch the 5, Shortly. Scratch 14, Mr. Kitty. And scratch 15, Schmear. A reminder, number 13, Kvetching Ma, draws into the race. Double and pick 3 wagering. Main track is listed fast, the turf listed good. Post time at 7 minutes.
Seven to 1 on Lucky Smile. Tom Leach's long shot play of this entire card. We revealed it this morning on Today at Keeneland, and remind you of it here as we close in on post time for race number 3. Joe Rocco Jr. riding for Michael Tomlinson as this horse moves to the lowest level from a claiming perspective, tag perspective that he's ever competed at.
Right, and it'll be his second start off of the layoff, Scott. Second start for Mike Tomlinson. They decided to step him up in class off of the claim, but I just thought he was a really attractive-looking horse on the track. He's warming up really nicely under Joe Rocco Jr., and maybe a horse to keep an eye out on for at 8 to 1 in this third race.
Let's go to the 11 horse. 17 to 1 is what this Son of Midnight Loot sits at right now on the board. Bluegrass Loot, homebred by Calumet Farm. He'll also drop down in class and stretch out a little bit in distance to 7 furlongs. Could have him sitting more forward.
He just looked like a really racy horse on the track. He was on his toes in the post parade right now, just feeling really good under jockey James Graham, too. He got a pretty decent warm-up as well, so hopefully he can hit the ground running. But he just seems like a sneaky horse in here at a big price, and Keith DeSormo known for pulling off upsets from time to time.
There's no question about that. 5 minutes to post, race number 3. There's a look at the favorite. Expect to see him on the send from the inside, off the cuff, for Three Diamonds Farm, Mike Maker, and Tyler Gaffleone. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. And they're off. Off the cuff from the inside, Hale Allen from the outside. Kieslowitz has early speed. Kuth is right there. Lone Leader moving forward. Lone Leader puts ahead in front off the cuff right there to the inside to contest the early pace. Kuth will go third. Battleborn is in fourth. Bluegrass Loot is in fifth. Lucky Smile moves up the rail from the sixth position. Kieslowitz has lost a few spots, is now down toward the inside in seventh. Hale Allen also has lost some ground. Going to be caught wide back in the eighth position onto the far turn. Washington's Union is back in ninth. Kvetching Ma is 10th. Big Popper is last of the 11. 22.41 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Off the cuff to the inside. Lone Leader is right alongside. Now Lone Leader puts ahead in front. Kuth tries to join them. Far outside. 3 lanes off the rail in third. Less than a length off the lead. Off the cuff has lost a position around the far turn. Lone Leader moves by as they come for the top of the stretch, and Kuth will try to go with that one. Top of the stretch for Lone Leader and Kuth. They go 1-2, then a gap of 5 back to Battleborn. Bluegrass Loot. Hale Allen comes next as they swing off the far turn and into the home stretch. And coming by to the 8th pole, it is Kuth and Lone Leader going at it for the top spot. Washington's Union has picked up a lot of ground, is third, but is still a good 6 lengths behind the lead of Kuth. And there's only a 16th to go. It is Kuth in front for Joe Talamo. Washington's Union has gone to second, but Kuth has won it. Washington's Union was up in time for second. Lone Leader was home in third, and Kieslowitz was fourth.
Kuth able to kick on, carrying the Claiborne Orange here today. The favorite backed up pretty abruptly coming around the turn. That was the one, actually went off as the second choice at 5-2. The two had the lead for a moment, but Kuth off the layoff, ready to roll for Tom Drury Jr. in Claiborne.
He certainly was full of energy coming down the stretch today. First off, the long layoff for trainer Tom Drury, and first time on the dirt as well. This homebred for Claiborne Farm.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 6, Kuth, was first. The 10, Washington's Union, was second. The 2, Lone Leader, third. The 8, Kislovodsk, was fourth. 6-10-2-8 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, number 6, Kuth, the unofficial winner, owned and bred in Kentucky by the Claiborne Farm of Seth Hancock. The trainer, Tom Drury Jr., Joe Talamo, the jockey. Kuth, a 3-year-old gelded son of Warfront out of Sweet by Blame. 7 furlongs, 1 minute 25.07 seconds over the fast main track. Results are official. 6-10-2-8, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Main track is fast. The turf is good today. No changes in race 4. Looking ahead to race 5, a reminder in the 5th race, change of equipment today for number 3, Mise en Scène. No cheek pieces. Change of equipment, number 3, Mise en Scène. No cheek pieces. Looking ahead to race 6, a reminder, take out number 13. Saturday Long Legs did not draw into the race.
Up to race number 4 here at Keeneland. Doubles continue to roll during this card, as do the 50-cent pick threes. And we're looking at the Robertino Diodoro runner. That is Market Analysis. Diodoro's not run a lot of horses this meet at Keeneland Racecourse. He's got a big string down at Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas, where they've had a heck of a meet. But this horse comes into this race off of a more than 9-month layoff, last seen in a stakes race back in July, winning that stake race and doing so in a quickly run one, 1:20.4 the final time for the 7 furlong distance. Goes that same 7 furlong distance here today. Just in large part drawn to this horse, not only because of the form, Gabby, but to Robertino Diodoro bringing this horse here because, like I said, he's not run a lot of horses here at Keeneland this meet. We've seen him through the years run plenty, but things going so well down at Oaklawn Park, keeping a majority of his stock down there in Arkansas.
Yeah, I would say it's encouraging to see this horse show up in the entries here at Keeneland. And although he can win on the lead, Scott, he doesn't necessarily need the lead. We've seen him stalk from off the pace and go on and win as well. Some of his better races have come going longer distances, but as you mentioned, that last one before the layoff, a crazy final time of 7 furlongs in 1:20 and change. That is an extremely fast time just in general at any level. So clearly this horse was doing well before the layoff. I guess the biggest question is he ready off the layoff for Robertino Diodoro?
Legal Deal, you've got the 3 on top, 8-1. That's kind of a surprising bit of odds next to this gelding, in my opinion, just solely based on the drop in competition. I mean, this is a solid group, but there's no White Barrio, there's no Weyburn in this group, and that's the type of quality that he faced in that most recent race at Gulfstream. And remember, White Barrio, a Grade 1 winner.
I just wonder what kind of trip he gets. I think he's a very classy horse, and he deserves to be in this spot. But the 5 New Bomb has speed. Silk Trade, the 2 has speed. Gun It might have to go from the rail at this distance. And Legal Deal, sometimes he's managed to close, and then sometimes at longer distances he's found himself either on the lead or chasing fast fractions. So that was my biggest concern with him. But Scott, his last race was crazy tough. You mentioned White Barrio, Weyburn in there, Collaborate was in there. Several horses in there would come back to win in their subsequent starts. I just thought it was a very tough race, and not saying that this is an easy race, but he has sneaky class in this field.
Gunnet's dropping in for the tag. That's the 1 horse for Whisper Hill Farm and 3 Chimneys. He's a now 7-year-old gelding. He's a son of Tappet. He ran on the synthetic track up at Turfway Park. I don't think he's nearly as effective on the synthetic as he is on dirt. And there were points in time last year where he ran some very credible races, including only beating a neck to get her number, that nice Peter Miller runner for Gary Barber, who came close to winning a Grade 1 in New York. So let's hope for Gunnet's sake, if you're backing the the $2.6 million yearling, that the return to dirt is what he needs to be successful at this point in his career.
I think so, and this is a class relief, Scott. He faced Stakes Company last time out. If you look at the dirt races in the fall at Keeneland and Churchill and Saratoga, those were stakes quality horses. I mean, this is a huge class relief for this horse, but I just thought he might be up against it from a pace standpoint because there is other speed to his outside. So can he take that speed and then hold off possible closers?
Silk Trade, the 2, 7-2 on the board. That's going to make him the 3rd choice for the time being. Into Mischief gelding, he just won his last race for 40 down at Oaklawn Park. So we'll see how he handles this move into maybe a lateral type of company move. I mean, 40,000 to 62,500 obviously is a bigger claiming tag, but you've got to respect that Oaklawn form in the race he comes out of.
I actually think it's a step up in class, Scott, to be honest. That race did come up quite difficult, that $40,000 claimer, but you get horses in here that are dropping from 2 other than allowance company. So this is a very tough spot, and he got a perfect trip last time out. He stalked a slow pace going the mile. This is going to be a much faster pace, and I just wonder what kind of trip he works out. Does he fall far off of the pace and close like he did when he won the 2 other than at Churchill Downs? Does he chase other speed? I think that's going to be the make or break in his performance today.
It's a good group of horses. The Diodoro horse, the favorite, as we mentioned, the number 4 horse, 8-5 on the board right now in this $62,500 claiming event. 7 furlongs the distance. It's Market Analysis, the 4, who is the 8-5 choice.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, 4-year-olds and up, with a claiming price of $62,500, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. No changes in race 4. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Main track fast, turf good, post time 7 minutes.
There's a look at Gunnet, the very well-bred son of Tappet from the first stand Miss Bessalou and Whisper Hill Farm, 3 Chimneys. They teamed up on this horse some years back in 2017. Now 3-1 on the board as he warms up under Flavian Pratt.
Yes, and Scott, I just wanted to see kind of the demeanor of these horses on track today, especially those who might be showing speed, because it's one of those races where one horse could maybe pop out on the front end and take the field gate to wire, or it could be a fast, contentious pace. There are several horses in here with a forward running style. So I wanted to look at their behavior on the track, and by far the one, Gunnet, was the one on his toes. All of the other speed types were very calm, very relaxed, and I think that just goes to show you that maybe they have cranked him a little bit with this rail draw to go from the get-go.
He is the 3-1 second choice. There's the number 6 horse, 8-1 on the board right now. Greener Pastures for the Michael McCarthy barn, a son of Lee, who comes out of races up at Turfway Park, back onto dirt and drops in class.
He does drop in class, and some of his dirt races have been just fine. I thought the race back in May at Churchill Downs against Allowance Company, in which he closed to just lose by a length, was very good. That could be comparable going against this field today. And again, I just think you have to decide, is it going to be a pace that will come back to closers, or is it going to go to one of these front runners? If it is a race that collapses, I think the 6 Greener Pastures should be running on late, as he looks great on the track today.
This is going to be a tough heat. It's race number 4 at Keeneland Racecourse, 7 furlongs the distance. There's a good look at Harley, the famous pony who spends his spring and falls here at Keeneland Racecourse. He's guiding market analysis around there, the current 2-1 favorite. Less than 4 minutes to post.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Silk Trade from the inside, Pole Setter from the outside, Market Analysis, Legal Deal in between horses as they all join up to contest the early pace here heading up the back stretch. Pole Setter far outside, Legal Deal right there to the inside. They go 1-2 separated by a neck. Market Analysis between that pair. His third, Gunnit, is fourth down toward the inside. Silk Trade alongside that one is fifth. Now moving up fourth, 3 lengths off the lead. Further back, Greener Pastures, then New Bomb who trails after an opening quarter, 22.38 seconds. Over to the far turn. Pole Setter has the lead outward from the rail, 3/4 of a length. And still Legal Deal to the inside. Silk Trade far outside. Market Analysis in between horses regains third. In fact, Silk Trade and Market Analysis move together to the outside but have to catch Pole Setter, who leads it by a length around the turn. Silk Trade goes to the second position. Market Analysis third. Greener Pastures is fourth, angling wide. Legal Deal is fifth back toward the inside. 1/4 mile to go. They turn for home. Silk Trade is coming forward to put a head in front. Greener Pastures is running on from second as they move toward the 8th pole. Silk Trade leads it by a length and a half. 2 lengths now. Greener Pastures second. Gunnit runs late center of the track to third. 5 lengths from the lead. 16th to go. Silk Trade in front. Gunnit goes to second. Greener Pastures third. Silk Trade by 2 in deep stretch. Silk Trade to win it. Irad Ortiz Jr. Gunnit second. Greener Pastures third. Pole Setter fourth.
That's 2 in a row for Silk Trade for the Quarter Pole Club 6, the son of Insa Mischief, for trainer Norm Cassie, kicking clear at this stage of the game.
The key decision was going into that first turn, Scott. Actually, Irad Ortiz Jr. was down on the inside. There were 3 horses to his outside. He made the smart decision to take back, take outside, and not get involved in that early pace battle. And he found a lot more left coming down the stretch. 2:16 across the finish line in race 4.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race: number 2, Silk Trade, was first. 1, Gunnet, was second. 6, Greener Pastures, third. 7, Pole Setter, was fourth. 2167, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the unofficial winner, number 2, Silk Trade, owned by the Quarter Pole Club 6 LLC of William K. Cunningham, trained by Norm Cassie, Irad Ortiz Jr., the jockey. Silk Trade, a 5-year-old gelded son of Into Mischief out of Silk Root by Empire Maker, bred in Kentucky by Juddmont Farms Incorporated. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 23.52 seconds. Results of race 4, official, 2:167, the official results. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Also start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 8, and 10. The turf is listed good today. The temporary rail is down. Full width of the turf course available today. Turf is good. Race 5, a reminder, change of equipment. Number 3, mise en scène, no cheek pieces. Number 3, mise en scène, change of equipment, no cheek pieces. Looking ahead to race 6, take out number 13, Saturday Longlegs, did not draw into the race. 7th event, Scratch the 2, Unsung Melody. 7th race, Scratch the 2, Unsung Melody. 8th race, the Grade 2 Elkhorn, Scratch the 6, Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy. That's the 8th race, Scratch the 6, Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy. 9th race, the Grade 3 Ben Ally, no changes. 10th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. In that 10th race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Main track fast, turf good.
Very good group of second-level allowance fillies getting set to go 1 1/8 miles on the good listed turf course here today at Keeneland. And do keep in mind this 5th race begins not only the pick 6 as the poll begins anew after it was paid out yesterday following those 3 days of carryovers in the pick 6. This race also starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 5, 8, and the 10th and final make up the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Lovely Princess is my top choice in here. That's the number 4 filly for Gentry Farms, bred by Gentry Farms. She hasn't raced in 4 months, and she was last seen in the Grade 2 Mrs. Revere Stakes in November at Churchill Downs, a race taken by Bubble Rock, who ran second just a few days back here at Keeneland on the 16th of April. Prior to that, she's won 2 of 7 in her career. She's won here at Keeneland. She's won at this distance, so I think a lot of reasons to like this filly, and she's won here at this distance on good listed ground. So in my opinion, a lot swinging in her favor, especially if you want to take 6-1, which is a phenomenal price on a filly that figures.
Yeah, that win that you were alluding to, going 9 furlongs on the turf, was at Keeneland back in October of last year, and she beat a filly by the name of Personal Best, who is, you know, a quality allowance type as well. So Lovely Princess, she definitely has the class in the field. I think she'll probably be able to sit a mid-pack trip, maybe fresh off the layoff, but you know, it's always important to kind of look at what she faced last year and see how those horses have gone on to perform this year since she's making her 2023 debut. And I think it's really encouraging the way we saw Bubble Rock come back in that second in the allowance race. Scott.
Mise en Scène is the 3-horse for Qatar Racing, the Racehorse Club, Brendan Walsh, Tyler Gaffalione. Now, this is a filly that we've seen run 3 times here in the United States. Her first run in the U.S. was in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Filly Turf at Del Mar back in 2021. That was on the heels of a good 4th-place finish in a Group 1 at Newmarket before arriving in the U.S. She went back to England. She raced in the Irish Guineas back in May of last year. She's run twice again since arriving back in the United States, once in the Breeders' Cup Filly Mare Turf, and then in the Grade 1 American Oaks. Her races have been fine. There's no doubt that she's run against the best competition. To me, it feels like the handicappers and the market, the horse players, obviously the money, overreact a bit to where she's come from versus what she has done with those opportunities here in the United States.
That's definitely a fair statement, but she just clicked over to 9-5, but if she goes any lower than that, I would say, yes, that is definitely a legitimate case. If she winds up going off at, say, 2-1, I think that is a fair price considering the competition that she has faced, not only in Europe, but also in the States. I mean, Scott, we're talking about in Italian, we're talking about Tuesday, we're talking about different horses on a totally different level. So this is a big class relief for her. And Brendan Walsh, he had a good day yesterday. Tyler Gaffalione and Brendan have had a very strong meet thus far, and that's the direction I go for my top selection.
We move away from the 9-5 favorite. We go to Catherine for Lothenbach Stables and trainer Chris Block. And there's Chris getting this filly ready to go, the daughter of Warfront, bred by Lothenbach Stables. She's yet to run a number that suggests she's capable of beating a group like this, but I just don't think that she's been truly tested enough in order to have to run as fast as she needs to when running against a type of group like this. She comes in off of races between Hawthorne and Fairgrounds. Obviously, the competition is much stiffer here today, but I think that this is a filly more than capable of the step up in class.
Her name is escaping me right now, but Chris Block has another nice turf horse who we saw run at the Fairgrounds who had races in Hawthorne and other jurisdictions, and she maintained form, and this is another example of that. Yes, she was winning maybe easier races in Hawthorne, but she came to Fairgrounds and won a good group back in January, first level allowance field. So she just seems like one of those types, Scott, that as the water gets deeper, she still keeps delivering.
I believe Ovray might be the filly that you're thinking of.
Yeah, no, it wasn't her. It was someone else. I'll have to think of it, but good guess.
Nonetheless, Chris Block has some very nice horses, this being one of them. And then we go to one more to talk about this group paddock side. Let's go to the 2-horse. That's Miss Marie for Roger Atfield. Carpe Diem mare who makes her Keeneland debut. She was a winner 2 starts back, coming from way downtown at Woodbine. She was well back in that field of 12 to close the get up and win by just a half a length.
If she is well back in a mile and a half race, or excuse me, a mile and an eighth race, she's not going to be close to the pace in a mile race at Gulfstream Park, where the times are very quick. The turf is very fast and firm. So I give her a pass for that last race. It was also her first race off of a layoff. I just think her running style is probably going to be more suitable on this surface and at this distance.
Race number 5, start of the pick 6, start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3.
The 9-banded armadillo can give you leprosy. We looked it up that night. I wanted to tell you that.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race. The Blandford Stud, 1 1/8 over the turf, listed good for this allowance for fillies and mares age 4 and up. Change of equipment today for number 3, Mise en Scène, no cheek pieces. Double, pick 3, pick 6, and start of the Keeneland turf pick 3. No carryover for the pick 6. Again, the turf is listed good. The temporary rail is down today. Post time coming up in 7 minutes.
Beach Nut Trophy carrying the Ken Ramsey silks. I Red Ortiz Jr. with those very familiar red and white silks on. A filly by Real Solution, Ken's stallion, bred by Ken and Sarah Ramsey, a 2-time winner from 9 starts, stretching out in distance. That could be a positive move for this 4-year-old filly.
I think so. She close to finish 3rd last time out against Allowance Company at Gulfstream Park. But, Scott, more so, I just really liked how she looked on the track today. You can see her breaking away from the pony under Irad Ortiz Jr. and just kind of loping along here, her ears forward, taking a peek at all the people standing out on the apron here at Keeneland Racecourse on this beautiful Saturday afternoon. She just made a really lovely appearance, and I think she's kind of being overlooked on the tote board right now. A slight overlay at 5-1 up from her 4-1 morning line.
11-1 on the Lothenbach Stables filly. That's Catherine Chris Block. I just asked him about this filly stepping up in distance and competition. He referred to the first dam, the daughter of Blame, and her ability to go this far. He said that she did that stakes-winning first dam, no fault of mine, did so at a young age. So the pedigree's there. Obviously, Warfront on the top side speaks for itself. And speaking of Blame, we've talked about this. Blame has really emerged as a tremendous broodmare sire here in the last year, the broodmare sire of the Kentucky Derby favorite Forte.
And he's also the sire, I believe, for Wet Paint, or there is...
That's right.
Yeah, so he is definitely, I mean, he's always, you know, top of mind in some of these great pedigrees, and it's definitely true as a broodmare sire. He's definitely become one of the best.
Make sure you get involved in the latest Pick 6 pool. Also, that very popular $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 races 5, 8, and 10 make up the $3 current Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Ask for it by name. It's its own event if you're utilizing the self-service terminals here at Keeneland. But get down as we reach race number 5 here at Keeneland on this perfect Saturday afternoon.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Blandford Stud. Start of the Pick 6, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. They are at the post. And they're off. Very slow start for Mise en Scène. Broke absolutely last. Here comes My Risky Affair forward for the lead in the opening strides. Beechnut Trophy is there with her to the outside. Lovely Princess back toward the inside, and Ready Lady moves up into the 4th position. She's Gone is in 5th. Miss Marie is in 6th. And then Catherine back toward the rail in 7th. And Mise en Scène draws alongside her, but 8th and last as they head into that first turn. My Risky Affair, the leader. My Risky Affair is leading it by just 1 length against the rail. Beechnut Trophy, 1 lane off the rail, is in 2nd by a half length. Lovely Princess goes 3rd. Ready Lady is in 4th. It was 24.68 seconds the time for the opening quarter. She's Gone, Miss Marie, Catherine, Mise en Scène at the back for the move up the backstretch. My Risky Affair is the leader. My Risky Affair shows the way on top by 3/4 of a length. Beechnut Trophy there to the outside in second, 3/4 of a length, and is followed by Lovely Princess in third, midpoint of the backstretch. And then comes Ready Lady, She's Gone, Miss Marie Cathin, Mise en Scène last, still nearly 8 lengths from the lead, 49.46 seconds the time for the first half mile. My Risky Affair, Beechnut Trophy, 1-2 over to the far turn. And then comes Lovely Princess back toward the inside in third. Ready Lady, fourth up on the outside, still 3 lengths off the lead, gap of 2 more to She's Gone. Mise en Scène goes 3 wide from the back, just over a quarter mile to go. She is still back in 6th position along with Cathin in 7th. As they turn for home, My Risky Affair is the leader. Lovely Princess is moving up between horses. Lovely Princess, Beechnut Trophy to her outside, trying to catch My Risky Affair. It is Lovely Princess drawing right alongside. Mise en Scène is still 5th, still 6th from the front. Lovely Princess has the lead in deep stretch. She leads it by a length. Lovely Princess, Brian Hernandez Jr. to hold off Mise en Scène, who rallied but settled for second.
Well, what a race here it turns out to be, as the pace setter coming into the turn was the 7-horse My Risky Affair. And look how patient and confident Brian Hernandez Jr. is aboard the number 4-horse Lovely Princess. She takes the lead, and then here comes Mise en Scène, who just simply gave herself too much work to do.
That's right, Scott. Lovely Princess had a perfect, beautiful ride by Brian Hernandez Jr. just to stalk off the leader there in the 7, My Risky Affair. She took the top of the stretch, or she took the lead right here, and then we see the 3, Mise en Scène, coming deep stretch, but she had too much to do, just unfortunately had to move too late. She won the gallop out, but she didn't win the race. Congratulations to the 4, Lovely Princess, on top at 6-1.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race: number 4, Lovely Princess, was first. Number 3, Mise en Scène, was second. 8, Beechnut Trophy, third. 7, My Risky Affair, was fourth. 4, 3, 8, 7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the Blandford Stud, the unofficial winner, number 4, Lovely Princess, owned by Gentry Farms of Robert Kirk Gentry and Robbie Force, trained by Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr., the winning jockey, and the results are now official. Lovely Princess, a 4-year-old filly by Twirling Candy out of Princess Mariah by Giants Causeway, bred in Kentucky by Gentry Farms. Mile and an eighth over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 50.01 seconds. Results official, 4-3-8-7. In the winner's circle, the Blandford Stud Trophy presentation to the connections of Lovely Princess. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5, and race 6 is up next. Double pick 3, late pick 5 wagering. Main track is fast. The turf is listed good. A reminder, the temporary rail is down today for the turf course, and again, it's listed good. Main track is fast, though, and in race 6, a reminder, take out number 13. Saturday Long Legs did not draw into the race. Looking ahead to the 7th race, scratch the 2 Unsung Melody. That's the 7th race, scratch the 2 Unsung Melody. 8th race, the grade 2 Elkhorn, scratch the 6 Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy. That's the 8th race, scratch the 6, Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy. 9th race, the Ben Ally, no changes. 10th and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
Race number 6, 17 minutes to the post. This one will begin the late pick 5 this Saturday at Keeneland Racecourse. Billy Jack is 4-1. Two horses, one of two horses sitting at 4-1. It's the first-time starter who is the favorite, Mr. Keating, who we'll get to in a moment. But this horse comes into this race with one race of experience at Fairgrounds. Back during closing weekend at Fairgrounds on Louisiana Derby Day, he was third, ultimately placed second via disqualification. He was moved up with that steward's ruling, and he was beaten by a horse, very fast horse in King's Glory. They ran that race in 110 flat. I'm leaning on the experience that Billy Jack has coming into this race at odds of 4-1 for Steve Asmussen.
And sometimes that can make all the difference, Scott, especially at 6.5 furlongs or 7 furlongs when you're talking about debuters at this distance. He did not have a smooth trip in his debut, so you have to kind of look at it, think that he ran a very good race. He's a fitter horse today, and hopefully he gets a little bit better racing luck this afternoon.
The full horse opened as the favorite, Mr. Keating for Mary Lou Whitney Stables, a Carpe Diem colt bred by Mary Lou Whitney Stables. Your husband, Norm Cassie, the conditioner, they had a win, did Norm earlier in the card, just 2 races back. And obviously there's a buzz about this first-time starter for him to open up as the 7-2 favorite.
Yeah, homebred for Mary Lou Whitney Stables, and this is a female family that dates back to the likes of Birdstone. Just a wonderful pedigree. Also, just looking at this horse today, actually, I haven't seen him in quite some time. He just looks incredibly fit from some of those workouts in the morning, and he just looks like a typical good-looking 3-year-old, Scott. You can kind of tell by some of his workouts. They've been solid. They've been fast, especially some of the workouts down there at the fairgrounds, and he's transitioned nicely here to Churchill.
Let's go to the 5-horse Moro for Andrew McKeever. Here's a first-time starter by Speightstown. Joe Talamo will take the call. Joe looking for another win today. He won for Claiborne Farm and Tom Drury earlier today with Kuth. And this is a horse that's been working very swiftly as of late. He's got a couple of fast gate works here at Keeneland Racecourse from the end of March to the beginning of April, and a maintenance work since that. Very fast gate work. And Andrew McKeever, a good barn with first-time starters, 15% winners. Nice, calm-looking chestnut out there. Moro, 9-1 right now.
He's very relaxed, and I actually like to see that with a first-time starter. He's kind of taking all this in. He seems mentally very well prepared. He's handling everything. This is one of those situations where you love to see a horse really relaxed in the paddock, but you hope that come the time they enter the track and start their warm-up, that they get a little bit pep in their step. So this is definitely one that you want to pay attention to as we circle back trackside.
Class Actors 9-2. That's the 7-horse for Spendthrift Farm and Steve Landry Racing. Brad Cox debuting this son of Gosapper, a Keeneland September sale grad. We'll remind you of this when they move front side, but also want to let you know that he is actually cataloged in the upcoming Keeneland April sale, which will take place a week from tomorrow on the 30th of April. He's hip number 15, consigned by Elite Sales, and this first-time starter, we'll see him at that April sale, but first, we'll see how he fares in this race. He's 9-2.
I believe this is one of those Colts Group horses where they went to the sale and got a whole bunch of owners together and tried to find some talented 3-year-olds. And this is a very good-looking horse, son of Ghost Zapper. They spent $230,000 for him as a yearling at the Keeneland September sale. He looks racy, Scott. Honestly, he looks kind of short-coupled, and he just looks like one that would definitely fare well at the sprint distance.
The 8-horse is 13-1, a high purchase price as a 2-year-old last year down in Florida. Solevo for West Point Thoroughbreds and Tala Racing. Cherie DeVoe, the conditioner, a colt by City of Light from a Mineshaft Stakes placed first dam. This will be her second runner, Pleasant Mine. And he has had some quick workouts as well here at Keeneland. Worked in 47, best of 30 on the 28th of March, and then a good gate work on the 11th of April here at Keeneland in 47-3.
And looking at him in the paddock as well, he is handsome. He's dappled. He just really is checking all the boxes. And in my opinion, he just looks like a really talented individual. So we'll see what he's made of here in this debut. I wouldn't be surprised if this is a horse that would benefit from one race and even more distance longer down the road.
It is a wonderful group that sets up the pick 5. Get it rolling. Leg 1 of this late pick 5, 50-cent minimum wager. Maiden special weight restricted to straight 3-year-olds worth $100,000. Just getting set for the Riders Up call with less than 12 minutes to post.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Margot, a maiden special weight, 3-year-old, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Take out the 13. Number 13 did not draw into the race. Double, pick 3, late pick 5 wagering. Main track is fast. The turf listed good. Post time at 7 minutes.
Here's a gray son of Liam's Map. He himself a gray, the father of this colt, the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile winner here at Keeneland Racecourse in 2015, has turned into a very top stallion here in Kentucky. And this horse, part of the Clocker Report. He's 12-1. He was one of the horses that we focused in on today at Keeneland. We always take a look at two of them, and one of them two being the #1 horse Cartographer.
Yeah, and that workout at Keeneland was out of the gate, and it was a very fast gate workout. So that at least is encouraging, given the fact that he does draw the rail today, Scott, because he's really going to have to hit the ground running from the get-go.
I wanted to take a look at the two because I like the way the two looks. He's a sprinty looking type. He's 20-1 on the board. He's a colt by McCracken from that first crop who had some success last year with those 2-year-olds. Now this horse part of that first crop now at the age of 3 in 2023. But I like his looks. Also like Indian Charlie anywhere in the pedigree. And this colt comes from an Indian Charlie first dam. He's a half-brother to a stakes winner, so a successful family from the dam side.
Yeah, when you look at him physically, he's a little bit smaller than some of his competitors today, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's a bad thing, Scott, because I think some of these other horses might be looking at longer distances down the road, or maybe, to improve in their second or third start. So sometimes it can fall into the hands of a horse that's a little bit more on the racy side. And I do see that from him. He's dappled. He's got a great coat. So we'll see at 20-1.
Class actor, here he is making his debut. Classy looking type out there, 9-2 on the board. Entered in the upcoming Keeneland April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale. It'll get underway at 4 o'clock Eastern time next Sunday on the 30th. He's by Go Sapper, that horse of the year. Half-brother to 3 winners, a half-brother to the stakes winner, stakes place runner, I should say, Classy Act, who was runner-up in the Grade 2 Rachel Alexandra Stakes and runner-up in the Grade 3 Victory Ride.
Yeah, and I mentioned this before in the paddock. He just looks like a horse at this distance should be just fine for. He's really rounded out in his hindquarters, has a good strong shoulder on him. So, we've seen Brad have a very strong meet, and it may continue today with this one.
He's number 7 today. He'll be hip number 15 in the Keeneland April sale. And then let's go to the 8 horse, the first time starter for Cherie DeVoe, West Point Thoroughbreds, Tala Racing. That is Salevo. What did Cherie have to say about this debuter?
As she said that there is a connection to the restaurant in upstate New York, so that is hence why he gets his name, a very good restaurant, if you have never been. But she just said that this is part of a group that was just looking at colts to buy at any sale. She only found 2. Cagliostro was one of them, and this was the other one. Cagliostro, very nice, had been competing in the Kentucky Derby prep races down at the fairgrounds. She did say they like this horse, but she doesn't know that he is going to be ready in his debut. He just doesn't always exert himself in those morning workouts, so she's thinking he might need a race to really get himself fit enough in order to win.
Another big multi-race pool, pick 5 pool, over $600,000, could be pushing $1 million once we get to post time in less than 2 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Margot. Start of the late pick 5. They are at the post.
Hold on, boys, hold on.
And they're off. There goes Billy Jack out for the lead. Class Actor right there. Cigarette Boat away third. Fast Forward. Fourth up on the outside. Cartographer is fifth down toward the inside. Gilded Kraken away running in the sixth position. Salivo is seventh in between horses. Tarhay eighth up on the outside. Morrow is ninth back toward the rail. Mr. Keating is running near the back of the pack and is traveling along in 10th position, nearly 10 lengths off the lead. A break of 7 more back to Deia Cayes and another 6 back of that one as they head on to the far turn to 5-star G-Man opening quarter, 22.13 seconds. Back up front, Billy Jack to the inside, Class Actor to the outside, and Cigarette Boat seeks to join them, has to go toward the far outside from third, a length off the front pair. Fast Forward is 5 lengths off the lead in fourth. Cartographer is back in fifth. Morrow is sixth as they turn for home. Class Actor comes forward, puts ahead in front. Billy Jack tries to fight back to the inside. Class Actor has a narrow lead. Billy Jack is still there and still fighting on toward the inside. A gap of 5 more lengths back to Morrow. Cigarette Boat comes next, then Fast Forward into the final furlong. Class Actor in a struggle here with Billy Jack, 16th to go. Class Actor, Billy Jack, Mr. Keating has gone to third. Mr. Keating is going to run late, but the wire's coming, and Class Actor's in front. Mr. Keating chasing, and it is Class Actor hanging on by a diminishing neck for Florent Giroux.
Well, we'll announce the update now to this Colts catalog page. He's hip number 15 at the upcoming April sale on the 30th here at Keeneland, and he will have that update now 1 for 1 in his career, finishing up the 6.5 furlongs in 1:18 and 45 100ths, showing some heart. Class Actor, he'll be hip 15 under Elite Sales.
But a brutal trip for the 4, Mr. Keating, who was so far off the pace, but closing so much ground coming down the stretch. The 7, Class Actor, just getting the jump on the field. It was a very narrow finish in the end, but it was Class Actor over Mr. Keating.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race: 7, Class Actor first. 4, Mr. Keating was second. 6, Billy Jack third. 5, Morrow was fourth. 7-4-6-5, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, the Margot, number 7, Class Actor. Owned by Spendthrift Farm LLC of Eric Gustafson, owned by Steve Landers Racing LLC of Steve Landers, owned also by Martin Schwartz, Michael Dubb, and 10 Strike Racing of Marshall Graham, and others, the trainer Brad Cox, the jockey Florent Giroux. Class Actor, a 3-year-old son of Ghost Sapper out of acting class by Distorted Humor, bred in Kentucky by George Krikorian. Keeneland September sales graduate, now the official winner, 1 minute 18.45 seconds for the 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. Results are official 7-4-6-5. In the winner's circle, the Margot Trophy presentation to the connections of Class Actor. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here, and also the start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast, turf listed good. Scratch the 2, Unsung Melody. Scratch the 2, Unsung Melody. Looking ahead to the 8th race, the grade 2 Elkhorn. Scratch the 6, Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy. That's the 8th race, scratch 6, Shoddy, Shoddy, Shoddy. 9th race, the Ben Ally, no changes. 10th and final race, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16, did not draw into the race.
16 minutes to post before race number 7. This will begin the late pick 4. Speaking of late pick pools, race number 6 rather, started that late pick 5, $1.3 million pool. So once again, a big pool here this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. We thank you all for the continued support for our racing at Keeneland. We love it as much as you do, and we thank you wholeheartedly. Socially Selective, Gabby, as we expected, is going to be a heavy favorite in here. Things got easier for her with the scratch of the number 2 horse, Unsung Melody, and this is a filly by Speitster out of the first dam, Dharma Girl, who my father actually trained a number of years ago. So an easy one for me to root for, and she comes off of a good second behind Key of Life, who followed up that most recent win with a win in the Beaumont Stakes here at Keeneland last weekend.
Yeah, that's a really cool piece of information there, Scott, that your father trained the mare. But this filly, she's just been so good. Her first race, it was a dominating performance, and we saw a couple of horses to exit that race to go on and win. It proved to be a pretty strong race, and she crushed it that day. She came back to just chase in the wake of Key of Life. It's really hard to beat a horse like Key of Life, especially with her speed, and she would go on to win by almost 4 lengths in the Purple Martin. But it was a good return for Socially Selective, and I just think she's the class of the race. Her 2 races have been so much faster than her competitors today, especially with the scratch of the 2, Unsung Melody.
Devious Stairs is the 4 for Wesley Ward. He owns this filly. This is a practical joke filly that's 1 for 1 in her career. And she was debuted, won by 3 lengths. The Hall of Famer Kent DeSormo actually rode her at Turfway Park to victory on that afternoon. And Johnny Velasquez is going to take the call here today. She's a nice filly. To win by 5 lengths on debut is certainly a accomplishment, but it does look like she's got some lengths to make up based on that 1 start versus Socially Selective in here.
Yeah, but you never truly know with these Wesley Ward horses. I know the figure was a lot slower than Socially Selective, but she comes out of a synthetic race at Turfway. She drew post 11 of 12 that day. She showed speed. She drew away from the field. Did she beat much? No, but she did it very impressively, and she passed the eye test. So I just think at this meet, considering that it's Wesley Ward and he points for a meet like Keeneland Spring and Keeneland Fall, maybe this is the alternative if you're trying to beat the 1-5 favorite.
And let's go to our third choice, the number 1 horse, Aunt Becca. She has outside posts in her first 2 starts, posts 8 and 7 respectively in double-digit fields, 12 and 11 horse fields. Draws post 1 here today. You know, that might be a positive for this filly to be able to save some ground with the speed that she's shown in her 2 races.
She looks really good in the paddock, too. You can just see her coat looks great. She's dappled. She just looks like a very happy horse. She, though, has to really improve. She did go wire to wire in her first race, but didn't necessarily show as much speed against winners for the first time last time out. We'll see what she can do today from the rail post position as Scott. The 5 is loose in the paddock right now, so I'm going to go run for cover.
Yeah, she's it looks like they've got her caught. Buff Bradley doing a phenomenal job, part of the team here at Keeneland, grabbing hold of her, and now the groom has hold of her as well. So that's the 5-4's Zappel as the crowd applauds here, and well done to the horsemanship of the team here. And Buff Bradley, just part, as I've mentioned, of the great group that we have here at Keeneland Racecourse. So we'll see what decisions will be made with this filly moving forward as she walks about the outer portion of this paddock. But yeah, could have been a much different situation as they now continue to try to get that overgirth on this filly, and now the saddle has fallen off and she's continuing to act up. So they're going to continue to have their hands full with this filly over the course of the next few minutes. Well, we'll keep you up to date on the number 5 horse, Zappel, who's currently sitting at 13-1. Stay tuned.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 7th race, scratch number 5, Zappel. Late scratch in Keeneland's 7th race, scratch number 5, Zappel. As a result of that late scratch, no superfecta on race 7. As a result of that late scratch, no superfecta on race 7. Keep in mind the 2 Unsung Melody is a scratch, and now also the 5 Zapple is a scratch. Refunds on superfecta wagers for race 7 as the superfecta is now canceled. The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Elm Tree, an allowance for 3-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 2, Unsung Melody, and scratch the 5, Zapple. As a result of those scratches, no superfecta on this 7th race. Post time coming up in just 5 minutes. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Elm Tree. Start of the late pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Socially Selective comes right out for the early lead. Here's Aunt Becca kicking in down toward the inside, but Socially Selective has a head in front. Aunt Becca now moves up to challenge from the rail. Frashado up close third to the far outside. Charlie May in fourth, and an awkward start for Devious Stairs, and Devious Stairs has dropped out of the race. Devious Stairs has been eased on the backstretch and has dropped out of it. The others head to the far turn now. It is Aunt Becca who leads, and leads it by a half length. Socially Selective second by 3/4 of a length. Frashado third to the far outside. And then Charlie May fourth back toward the inside. It was 22.77 seconds, the time for that opening quarter. Socially Selective, Aunt Becca. Frashado seeks to join them far outside from third. A length separates the top three. Quarter mile to go. Gap of 3 more lengths back to Charlie May, who's in fourth. They turn for home. Frashado far outside. Aunt Becca against the rail. Socially Selective in between that pair. Aunt Becca has the lead, moving by the 8th pole. Aunt Becca leads it by 3 lengths from Socially Selective. Frashado, Charlie May is fourth, 16th to go. Aunt Becca, Brian Hernandez Jr., 5 lengths in front of Socially Selective. Aunt Becca to win it. Socially Selective second. Charlie May was third. Frashado was fourth.
Well, watch out at the top of this 3-year-old filly division on the sprint ranks when it comes to 2023, because Aunt Becca was sterling today. Look at the final time for this Uncle Mo filly, 109 and 73/100ths, and she was getting better as this race got longer.
Totally geared down in the late stages of the stretch. Brian Hernandez Jr. putting the whip away and just handwriting her to an easy win against a solid competition, a solid group of other fillies this afternoon. Aunt Becca with a huge upset at 13-1 over the 2-5 favorite.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race: number 1, Aunt Becca, finished first. Number 7, Socially Selective, was second. Number 3, Charlie May, third. Number 6, Frashado, fourth. 1736 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Elm Tree, the unofficial winner, number 1, Aunt Becca. A homebred for Sanford Robertson, racing in the name of Turtle Creek Farm, LLC. Cherie DeVoe is the trainer. Brian Hernandez Jr., the winning jockey for the second time today. Aunt Becca, 3-year-old filly by Uncle Mo out of Skipped by Broken Vow, the winner bred in Kentucky. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 9.73 seconds over the fast main track. Results official for race 7. 1736, the official results. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Elm Tree to the connections of Aunt Becca. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. This will start the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Turf is listed good. Again, the temporary rail is down today. Turf listed good. Race 8, the Elkhorn. Scratch the 6, shoddy, shoddy, shoddy. Again, scratch the 6, shoddy, shoddy, shoddy. Looking ahead to the 9th race, there are no changes in race 9, the Ben Ally. 10th and final race, take out the also eligibles. 10th and final race, take out the also eligibles. 13 through 16 did not draw into the race.
First of two featured events here today at Keeneland Racecourse. We'll begin with the 1.5 mile Elkhorn Stakes. Grade 2 company, $350,000 and a ton of class amongst this group, including another mystery. This is a 7-year-old son of Temple City from the wonderful female family, which includes Ioya Tu, the mother of this 7-year-old Illinois-bred son of Temple City, who is coming into this race off of a couple of good runs down between Sam Houston and Fairgrounds. I just think that he is capable of beating this group. There is so much quality and depth to it. There really are very few wrong answers, in my opinion, in trying to pick who can win this race. And another mystery has run races that are good enough to hang with this group. 1.5 miles is his thing. Chris Block telling me that earlier today. You can see it in his form at the distance, and he's yet to win at Keeneland, but he's come close to winning at Keeneland. He almost won the Elkhorn last spring as he was just behind Channel Maker. So I like him, knowing that I was going to get a good price, but I don't think that 20-1, say, versus 3-1 on the 2-horse tells the whole story. They're closer in talent than what the tote board is telling you. Another mystery to the other competitors in here.
I didn't pick him in the top 3, Scott, but I totally agree with you. There shouldn't be that much of a separation between he and at least Red Knight, who is the 5-horse in here, because looking at the past performances, Red Knight has defeated him, but narrowly, by a length, by a neck, et cetera, et cetera. So another mystery. He's never been that far off, and he's just such a consistent and honest horse at the end of the day.
Channel Maker's a once-in-a-lifetime type of racehorse. I mean, let's just be honest and call a spade a spade. He's a 9-year-old son of English Channel, that great champion turf horse who won the Breeders' Cup turf at Monmouth Park during his racing days, transitioned to a very underrated stallion, really when he was still in the stallion ranks here in Kentucky over at Calumet Farm, in my opinion. And he's an example, English Channel. This horse is an example of what we often comment on when it comes to sons and daughters, and especially sons of English Channel. They just tend to get better with age. Now, 9 years old is getting to a point where very few horses have run or will run in graded stakes types. So at the age of 9, does he still have enough in the tank to pick up another win in what will be his 51st career start? But you're talking about a horse who's made $3.7 million in his career.
4-time Grade 1 winner, $3.7 million in his career. The list goes on and on. I know a lot of people didn't think he still had it in him when he came off the layoff last year in the Grade 2 Elkhorn, and he wound up winning that race. Now, he didn't have that much of, not as a competitive of a campaign last year than he did the year prior to. He went in 3 consecutive Grade 1s, including the Breeders' Cup Turf. They managed him a little bit differently last year. They ran him in the Sycamore. They ultimately did run him in the Breeders' Cup Turf. But, Scott, at the end of the day, at this point of his career, he needs a lead. He's a horse that carries his head really high in the afternoon. Last time out, he wasn't paying attention when the gates opened. Hopefully that's not the case today. He's the fastest in this race early. I hope he makes the lead, takes the field gate to wire.
House Street, the 7, he's just come down to the favorite for the time being. He's 3-1 right now. He's the youngster amongst a group of absolute veteran distance runners. Is he ready for this jump up versus these types? I mean, this is like going from the YMCA to then moving into Division III, Division II type of
what an
basketball.
Analogy.
I mean, it truly is. In all reality, you're going from, you're beating up on those that you should, to now facing off against the big boys here today. And Jorge Abreu, he's yet to win a graded stakes race. It's something that he's perhaps sitting on here today. Folks are looking at this horse as the fresh face in this division, but he's got a lot to prove today against these big trees that he'll be running against.
He absolutely does, and sometimes we see horses try to take that step up in class. They're dominating against easier company, and they get a reality check when they're running against multiple Grade 1 winners like the likes of Channel Maker. So we will see, but he's been in very good form. I'm just shocked that he's the favorite in a field like this.
Let's go to the 2-horse quickly. That is Value Engineering. He was just the favorite a second ago, now 7-2. You cannot knock what he did down at Gulfstream Park. He won the Mac d'Armada. He was second in the McKnight behind Red Knight. He won the Allen Jerkins. But this is Mike Maker at his best, finding these types of horses and keeping them rolling and moving them up as he has with Value Engineering.
Red Knight beat him in the McKnight, and I actually thought Value Engineering at the end of the day ran the better race. He made the first move into a pace that was falling apart. Red Knight made the last move into a pace that was falling apart, but Value Engineering coming back with redemption in the Grade 2 Mac d'Armada.
Red Knight, the 5-horse, 5-1 on the board. Pure prize, 9-year-old gelding. This will be start 33 of his career. He's won here at Keeneland in the past. He's won a stake here at Keeneland. He'll be closing from off the pace. You cannot ignore this runner. He bounced back off of that very difficult task that was asked of him in the Breeders' Cup Turf here at Keeneland in the fall and bounced right back with a win in the McKnight, besting his stablemate, Value Engineering. So he's a big-time player, but it just goes to show you how good of a betting race this is. Red Knight, would it be a surprise if he wins? Absolutely not. And he's 5-1 on the board right now. Take advantage of this type of tote board. They come around rarely. Take your pick, take your shot. The Elkhorn is coming up next. Grade 2 company, 3-turn event. They'll start on the backstretch, pass by the wire, and in front of us for the first time. And that second time around will be the run that counts on the wire. Good luck. Fantastic group getting set to compete in the Grade 2 Elkhorn.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 38th running of the Elkhorn Stakes, Grade 2 for 4-year-olds and up, at a 1.5 miles over the turf listed good. The temporary rail is down today. Double, pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3. Scratch the 6. Shoddy, shoddy, shoddy. Post time at 8 minutes. Now the post parade for the Elkhorn, number 1 Channel Maker, owned by the Watchtel stable of Adam Watchtel, owned also by Gary Barber, R.A. Hill stable of Raymond Day Hill III, Reeves Thoroughbred Racing of Dean Reeves, trained by Bill Mott, the jockey John Velasquez. 2 Value Engineering, owned by Michael Hoy and Phil Forty, trained by Mike Maker, jockey Tyler Gaffleone. 3 Rising Empire, races for Russell Welch and Rand Leonard, the trainer Brendan Walsh, the jockey Florent Giroux. 4 Another Mystery, owned by Team Block of David Block, trained by Chris Block, jockey Jareth Loveberry. 5 Red Knight, owned by Trinity Farm of Thomas Egan, trained by Mike Maker, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. 6 is Scratch, 7 is Hal Street, owned by John Gunther, trained by Jorge Abreu, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 8 Highest Honors, owned by W.S. Farish, trained by Chad Brown, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 9 Verstappen, owned by Andrew Farm of Richard Brody, for the People Racing Stable LLC of T. Mike Morgan, and Windmill Manor Farm of Rick Embert. Trainer Brendan Walsh, jockey Declan Cannon. And 10 Tis the Bomb, owned by Brookdale Racing Incorporated of Nader Al Ali. The trainer is Kenny McPeak, and the jockey is Brian Hernandez Jr. Post time for the Elkhorn in 6 minutes.
Less than 6 minutes to post for race number 8, as there is a bit of rain here on the front side at Keeneland Racecourse, and it looks like we could be having some here in the not too distant future. So just something to keep an eye on here in the next few minutes at Keeneland. There's a look at the number 8 horse, that is Highest Honors for Mr. Farish, the well-bred son of Tappet, recently 4th in the Mac Diarmida. He's just a stunning individual, 7 years old, very lightly raced. Over the course of his career, he's only run 17 times. This will be start 18 of his career, and this will be his first start at Keeneland since the Sycamore last fall, where he was only beaten a length and a quarter. So at 9-2, he figures it's Chad Brown, Mr. Farish, and Irad Ortiz Jr. coming together. A lot to like, especially with the class that he maintains here in the Elkhorn. And Tis the Bomb getting some attention, the number 10 horse. He's 11-1, son of Hit It A Bomb, for Kenny McPeak. This is a horse that Kenny was excited about coming into this year, as we had discussed when he ran on opening weekend at Keeneland. He's only run just a few days back on the 7th of April, but comes back to this longer distance, and maybe this will be something that moves him forward. We take a look at House Street as far as a youngster in this group, the number 7 at 3-1. It hit Tis the Bomb, a grade 3 winner, going out to 1.5 miles for the first time in his career, getting plenty of attention, and we'll see if Brian Hernandez Jr. can pull off this mild upset for Brookdale Racing. It's going to be a wonderful renewal of the Elkhorn. So much class, so much quality in here, and depth. Get involved. Less than 4 minutes to post. It's race 8 at Keeneland.
Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's 8th race. Scratch number 8, highest honors. Late scratch in Keeneland's 8th race. Scratch number 8, highest honors. Scratched by the stewards on the advice of the veterinarian. The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Grade 2 Elkhorn. They are at the post. And they're off in the Elkhorn. There goes Tiz the Bomb. Far outside, Tiz the Bomb running toward the front, trying to clear the inside traffic. Channel Maker there to the inside, though. Rising Empire comes away in third. Now Tiz the Bomb has made the lead and drops over next to the rail. Tiz the Bomb slides down to the inside and leads at 3/4 of a length. That'll bring Channel Maker to the outside, off the rail from between horses, and now up to challenge for the top spot. Then a gap of 2 lengths back to Rising Empire third. 2 more to Hal Street, who's outward from the rail, fourth by just a head. Value Engineering is fifth. Verstappen is in sixth. A gap of 4 more lengths back to Another Mystery, who's back in the 7th position. Red Knight is last of the 8. Opening quarter went in 24.68 seconds. Tiz the Bomb is the leader. Tiz the Bomb with 1 circuit to go, leading Channel Maker, but only by 3/4 of a length. Gap of 2 to Rising Empire in third. Value Engineering toward the rail is fourth ahead, and is joined by Hal Street, who's right there to the outside. Verstappen, Another Mystery against the rail, and Red Knight to the outside of that one. Opening half mile went in 49.69 seconds. Back up front, Tiz the Bomb, still the leader. Tiz the Bomb leads it by 3/4 of a length. Channel Maker still there, still second up on the outside by a length and a half. Hal Street moves up a closer third, looks toward the center of the course as they exit the turn, and once again move on to the back stretch. Rising Empire, in behind the leaders, is in 4th position. Value Engineering is 5th, running 4 lengths from the lead, followed by Another Mystery down to the inside. Verstappen is next to last, and Red Knight is at the back. Channel Maker right alongside of Tiz the Bomb. That's the battle for the lead, and Hal Street is seeking to join them third. A length off the front pair, goes to the far outside and will be caught wide into the far turn. Rising Empire is in the 4th position. Another Mystery is 5th to the inside, 3 lengths off the leader, and is joined there by Value Engineering. It is Channel Maker trying to put ahead in front. Tiz the Bomb is still there to the inside. They continue their battle for the lead, and they're followed by Hal Street, who's third to the far outside as they turn for home. Another Mystery, 4th toward the rail, is still 5 from the front. Top of the lane, Tiz the Bomb and Channel Maker. And here comes Verstappen to the far outside. Another Mystery looks for running room to the inside. Late charge from Red Knight as well. Red Knight Verstappen coming forward. Another mystery, needs room to the inside. Verstappen has a narrow lead. Red Knight is there to the inside. Verstappen, Red Knight down to the wire. Verstappen for Declan Cannon in the Elkhorn.
Verstappen, the Keeneland graduate for Andrew Farm and the People Racing stable, coming late. He had some company to follow down the stretch, and he gets out in front of him and keeps on going for trainer Brendan Walsh and jockey Declan Cannon.
Brendan Walsh having a very strong meet, and this just adds another win, big win to the win column for trainer Brendan Walsh, and a big day for Declan Cannon as well aboard. Verstappen for the win, and it does look like the 5 Red Knight, a very narrow second down on the inside. Exciting finish in this year's Grade 2 Elkhorn.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. The unofficial results of race 8. In the photo for the win, number 9, Verstappen, finished first. Number 5, Red Knight, was second. The 4, Another Mystery, was third. 1, Channel Maker, fourth. 9-5-4-1, unofficial. Race 8 results official. 9-5-4-1, the official results. The official winner of Race 8, 38th running of the Elkhorn Stakes, Grade 2. Number 9, Verstappen. Owned by Andrew Farm of Richard Brody. Owned by For the People Racing LLC of Mike Morgan. Owned by Windmill Manor Farm of Rick Embert. The trainer Brendan Walsh, the jockey Declan Cannon. Verstappen, a 4-year-old gelded son of Warfront out of Andromeda Galaxy. Bred in Kentucky by Frank Hutchinson. 2 minutes, 29.28 seconds for a mile and a half over the turf listed good. Now the trophy presentation for the Grade 2 Elkhorn. Congressman Andy Barr presents to the connections of Verstappen.
Verstappen best after the mile and a half in the Elkhorn Stakes. Brendan Walsh, the winning trainer, and Declan Cannon celebrating his first win at Keeneland over here on the turf course with Verstappen's victory. What was the plan of attack going into this race, Declan?
Brendan didn't give me much instructions, just ride him with confidence. I know the horse pretty well, and, I had a lovely smooth trip, and I just let him relax, and he gave me a big run. Really got the trip well, and we had no issues. It was very smooth.
How much did following Red Knight help you move along down the stretch?
Yeah, he dragged me into the race nice, but like I say, my horse travelled so good, and I was just able to ride him with a lot of confidence. I knew the mile and a half would be perfect, and he, when he turned in, he started reaching for the line. He stretched on all the way to the line, so he did what I expected.
Congratulations, Declan.
Thank you.
Brendan Verstappen, he'd been running some quality races. Obviously, this is a step up when you're facing the veterans like he was today. What do you think provided the difference for him today on this turf course at a mile and a half?
We've always liked him, Scott. He made great, as he was going to get older, we always thought he'd get better. He made great progress over the winter. Declan rode him to perfection. I'm delighted for him. He does a lot of work for me, rides a lot of my work and that. So, it's a great reward. The guys that own the horse, huge supporters of mine, Dick Brody, Charlie, Johnny, and my own team at home, Brent and Paul and Rachel and everybody. It's just great team effort all around.
What kind of options does a win in a performance like this open up for Verstappen moving forward for the rest of the year?
Coming in here, Scott, we said if he ran well today, he ran the first three, it would open a big door for him. So I think the horse, anything from a mile and a quarter to a mile and a half, I think he's still going to get better and better. I don't think we've seen the best of him yet.
Well, congratulations on this one. We look forward to the remainder of 2023 for Verstappen, who picks up a graded stakes win in the Elkhorn here today at Keeneland.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 9th race upcoming, 92nd running of the Ben Ally Grade 3. Main track is listed fast. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in race 9. Looking ahead to the 10th and final race, a reminder, take out the also eligibles 13 through 16 did not draw into the race. Main track listed fast, turf listed good.
Grade 3 Ben Ally Stakes comes up at 1 mile and 3/16, new distance for the Ben Ally here at Keeneland Racecourse. $300,000 on the line. 4-1 right now on Pioneer of Medina, who draws the rail amongst this group for Todd Pletcher and Samaya U.S. Stables, a horse that was able to win the Grade 3 Mineshaft Stakes just 2 starts back. He's been a quality horse over the course of his career. He was recently in a deep field in the New Orleans Classic, which included Art Collector, Mr. Wireless, West Willpower. I think that coming back here to Keeneland off of that race, I would expect him to bounce back here this afternoon. Luis Saez has ridden him in his last 4 starts. Tyler Gaffleon gets the opportunity today, as Luis Saez will be riding Charge It in the Oaklawn Handicap today. That's why we have no Luis Saez today here at Keeneland Racecourse. We go over to the number 5 horse, Rattle and Roll, for Kenny McPeak. And Gabby, this is your top selection, this Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland, a horse that likes to close from off the pace. Rattle and Roll, the number 5 horse, who is currently 3-1.
Yeah, and just quickly, I respect Pioneer of Medina, and I think his last race, he was just caught in a bad spot of chasing West Willpower around the racetrack. So I do respect him. I use him in second, but the 5 Rattle and Roll, I just think he's going to relish this distance. Last time out, coming off the layoff in the Grade 2 New Orleans Classic, he was slowly starting to pick up the pieces. And the way the track was playing that day, I actually think he kind of went against the bias. So he, I think, is sitting on a really big race, second start off the layoff. He's a really nice horse, just needs a setup, and I think he gets a setup today.
Skippy Longstocking is the 4. He's just clicked down to 9-5. This is the son of Exaggerator. He's a graded stakes winner more than a few times over. He's made close to $900,000. Just the issue that I have with him, he's a phenomenal racehorse. It takes a lot to win the amount of money that he did and win those types of races that he has. But he's one of those types, to me, that needs to have it his own way. There's not a lot of overcoming adversity as of right now for Skippy Longstockings. So Skippy Longstocking, excuse me. So we'll see what Irad's able to do with him. He just seems to be a horse that needs to be in the clear, out forward, and that's got to be the game plan of attack for Skippy Longstocking, in my opinion, in this spot.
Yes, I agree that he's probably best in that scenario, but sometimes he's been in that scenario and he hasn't always delivered. To me, at the price, I go elsewhere just because he has never produced the same race back-to-back, and he is sitting on a really impressive performance last time out. Today will be the first time, maybe ever, if not in a long time, that he has been able to win back-to-back.
The Ben Ally is coming up next here at Keeneland Racecourse, a very good group of older handicap horses just getting set for the Riders Up call here at Keeneland. Good luck.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, 92nd running of the Ben Ally Stakes, Grade 3 for 4-year-olds and up at 1 mile and 3/16 over the fast main track. No changes in race 9. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles, post time in 7 minutes. Let's meet the starters for the Ben Ally. Number 1 is Pioneer of Medina, owned by Sumaya U.S. Stables of Usama Abagazale, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 2, Trademark, races for BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch, the trainer Victoria Oliver, the jockey Rafael Bejarano. 3, Call Me Fast, owned by Giddy Up Stables LLC of Bob Rondeau, owned also by Tom Lambro, trainer Mike Puich, the jockey Julian Leperoux. 4, Skippy Longstocking, owned by Daniel Alonso, trained by Safi Joseph Jr., the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 5, Rattle and Roll, owned by the Lucky 7 stable of Michael J. Mackin, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. 6, Happy American, owned by Lothenbach Stables Incorporated of Bob Lothenbach, trained by Neil Pesson. The jockey is James Graham. And 7, Tawny Port, owned by Peachtree Stable of John Fort, trained by Brad Cox, Flavian Pratt to ride. Post time for the Ben Ally in 5 minutes.
There's a look at the BBN Racing Silks carried by Trademark. They're looking for their second win this stakes win this meet. They won with Mostache at the beginning of this meeting, and Trademark, a 4-year-old son of Upstart, who did win the Commonwealth Stakes 2 starts back at Churchill Downs. So he is a stakes winner here in Kentucky, and he's also a winner here at Keeneland Racecourse as well.
Yeah, and I talked to Braxton Lynch with BBN Racing, and she said, you know, the connections always really gear up for springtime at Keeneland. So you would have to think that maybe he wasn't at 100% last time out in the Grade 3 Challenger. He set the pace that day and set it up ultimately for Skippy Longstocking. And she also said something interesting, because I asked her about the distance. How does she feel about going the longest distance he's ever been before? And she said this is probably the best time to try it, because when he was a 3-year-old going through the Triple Crown campaign, or those prep races, I should say, he was very rank in his races, but as he's gotten older, his mind has settled, and that has shown in some of his races.
Let's move over to the 6-horse Happy American. He was very good in the early portion of that Fairgrounds meet. He won the Tenacious Stakes and then beat a lot of the horses that he faced off against in the subsequent 2 starts in the Mineshaft from the New Orleans Classic. He beat them in the Louisiana Stakes. Now, he was flat in the Mineshaft, and same in the New Orleans Classic. But there is talent here. We spoke to Neil Pesson at length in those early races at Fairgrounds. He was gelded prior to that. He had really kind of turned the corner. It seemed like always the plan after those dull performances where they were going to give him some time and maybe surface at Churchill Downs on Derby weekend. But here he is in the Ben Ally for Lothenbach Stables.
Yeah, I guess you have to question how many races consecutively he can have. Is he a horse that does he need a little bit of a breather and kind of revamp? This type of condition, this type of division, Scott, it only gets harder. And unfortunately, when you try to dodge horses like Pioneer of Medina and Skippy Longstocking, it just doesn't happen, especially this time of year.
No, not when they're running for this kind of money in graded stakes races here at Keeneland Racecourse. There's Tawny Port for Peachtree Stables, winner of the Stone Street Lexington Stakes last April. He's now 4 years old. He's only run twice this year. He ran in the Mine Shaft and the Essex Handicap, 2 deep fields here in the Midwest. He looks nice out there, and Brad Cox sitting on some potential history. If he wins today in the Ben Ally with Tawny Port, that will give him 5 stakes wins this meet, which will set an all-time record for a meeting for a trainer at Keeneland Racecourse.
He won the Grade 3 Ohio Derby, and he came back to finish 3rd against Epicenter. I thought those were 2 of his best races that we saw from last year. He's been disappointing so far this year, Scott. I think he's a horse that can run all day, but he needs a pace to materialize in front of him.
Very good event. Skippy Longstocking 2-1, Rattle and Row 5-2. The top 2 choices in the wagering right now. We're 2 minutes to post from the Ben Ally.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th race, 92nd running of the Ben Ally Stakes, Grade 3. They are at the post. And they're off in the Ben Ally Stakes. Pioneer of Medina from the inside. Here's Skippy Longstocking between horses. Trademark between that pair. And Tawny Port from the far outside. Pioneer of Medina and Trademark go stride for the lead. Headed down to the first turn. Skippy Longstocking will go third. Just a length off the front pair. Stays outward from the rail. Tawny Port behind him toward the outside. Call Me Fast moves up along the inside into the 4th position. And then further back, Rattle and Roll next to last in 6th. And he's got company there with Happy American alongside in 7th. 23.34 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Pioneer of Medina, the leader. Pioneer of Medina leads it by a length and a half onto the backstretch. Trademark goes second by 2 lengths. Skippy Longstocking toward the outside. His third by a neck. Call Me Fast is 4th toward his inside. Rattle and Roll looks for running room right next to the rail. Is in 5th position. Moves up now to challenge for 3rd. Just 2 lengths off the lead. Further back, Tawny Port, 5 lengths off the lead next to last. Happy American trails. It was 47.62 seconds, the time for the first half mile. style. Pioneer of Medina guides the field over to the far turn and leads it here by 3/4 of a length. Trademark is second by the same margin. And here comes Skippy Longstocking, angling toward the outside. Rattle and Roll looking toward the inside. That pair up within a length and a half to 2 lengths of the leader. Call Me Fast is in behind horses. In fifth, Happy American sixth, and Tawny Port now last of 7. Trademark again tries to draw alongside of Pioneer of Medina. Rattle and Roll goes third, swings toward the outside. Skippy Longstocking on his outside is still 5 from the front. Happy American, then Call Me Fast in behind horses. Rattle and Roll coming forward to challenge Pioneer of Medina. Skippy Longstocking, Call Me Fast. Happy American needs to find more. Far outside, still 6 lengths away. Rattle and Roll, the leader, moving by the 16th pole. Call Me Fast goes towards second. Pioneer of Medina now third toward the inside. It is Rattle and Roll to win it for Brian Hernandez Jr. Call Me Fast was home second. Pioneer of Medina third. Happy American fourth. 1 minute 56.48 seconds.
Rattle and Roll doing his work from off the pace, as we see from him just about every single time. The Keeneland grad returns to his biggest success here at Keeneland Racecourse, to the spot of his biggest success, and adds to it here in this victory in the Ben Ally from off the pace for Lucky 7 Stable.
He got an honest pace to close into. Actually, a very valiant performance from Pioneer of Medina, who set those fractions, took a little bit of early pressure as well. But you could see, turning for home, Brian Hernandez Jr. saved a little bit of ground, then angled out to the 3 path and had so much horse left in the tank. He pulls off this victory at 5-2, and Brian Hernandez with a very good day.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th race: 5 Rattle and Roll was first, 3 Call Me Fast was second, 1 Pioneer of Medina third, 6 Happy American fourth, 5-3-1-6 unofficial. The winner of race 9, the 92nd running of the Ben Ally Stakes, Grade 3, number 5, Rattle and Roll, owned by the Lucky 7 stable of Michael J. Mackin, trained by Kenny McPeak, the winning jockey Brian Hernandez Jr., and the results are now official. 3 wins today for Brian Hernandez Jr., 2 for this trainer-jockey combination. Rattle and Roll, a 4-year-old son of Connect out of Jazz Tune by Johannesburg, bred in Kentucky by St. Simon Place. Keeneland September sales graduate and now a dual graded stakes winner at Keeneland. Number 5, Rattle and Roll. Results are official. 5-3-1-6, the official results. A mile and 3/16 over the fast main track, 1 minute 56.48 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Ben Ally. Dean Nancy Cox, Dean of the University of Kentucky College of Agriculture, Food and Environment, and Vice President for Land Grant Engagement, makes the trophy presentation to the connections of Rattle and Roll.
Rattle and Roll doing that down the stretch to pick up the win in the Ben Ally Stakes for Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr. Well done on a great day, capped off by this one here thus far on the afternoon. What's it like to navigate when you've got to come from so far off the pace as this horse tends to do?
That's the good thing about this horse. Being fortunate enough to ride him as many times as I have, we've learned it. We've learned his tendencies, and he's the type of horse that he doesn't get in a hurry early, but when he gets in his rhythm, you just stay out of his way. And he's known the tendency to make an early move, but that's just him. And if you try to slow him down when he starts to make his move, you just kind of compromise him. So I've learned to just kind of stay out of his way and let him run his race and leave it up to him.
Did things just open up for you the way that you'd love to have a layout for you?
Yeah, that's a good thing about riding good horses as well. He was there traveling for me the whole way. So when a little spot would open, he was there, and he'd turn off, turn on, and just kind of navigate through the traffic like we needed him to.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Scott.
Kenny, we know he likes it here. He won a grade 1 at the age of 2. He picks up this one now at the age of 4. But in between, from some of the previous wins to now, what was going on in his last few races, especially down at Fairgrounds?
Well, he just needed that run down there at the Fairgrounds. He'd been off a while. He was a little bit rusty. He didn't quite get into his run as early. But, we've kind of been plotting for this race. I thought this would be a really good spot for him. There's a couple of people. The reason we're standing here and they're not standing here is Greg Geyer, my assistant at Churchill, who this is like his boy, and Peter Sorio, the groom, handles this horse from the beginning. And, it's teammates like that help us get here. And unfortunately, they don't get the glory of it all. But Greg Geyer and Peter Sorio, two fabulous horsemen, and contribute to this horse's daily routine more than I do.
What do they do with him to keep him so happy, Greg and Peter?
Well, Peter told me in the paddock when we were saddling, we'd put on the tack. He said, Kenny, he'll win today. And I said, I like to hear that, Peter. Because Peter knows, he knows what time he's done eating. And, we keep an eye on a lot of those details. And then Greg keeps the routine solid at Churchill. He has a basic routine. It's not complicated. But his team's rock solid. They're like Swiss watch over there and makes my job easy.
Well, congratulations to you and the team, Kenny.
Thank you.
Rattle and roll brilliance from off the pace today in the Ben Ally.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Turf is listed good. The temporary rail is down today. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
10th and final, 13 minutes to post. Real quickly, there are 5 horses that would spring another pick 6 carryover this meet at Keeneland into the Sunday card. 4, 5, 6, 7, 10. If the 4, 5, 6, 7, or 10 win this race, there's a pick 6 carryover going into tomorrow. And this is one of the horses that is of those 5, Anguston. This is a horse that has some ability. He's run some very fast numbers sprinting. Son of Denman, who missed all of 2022, came back last time out and finished second to Evan Singh in the Colonel Powers Stakes. Now with Jason Barkley, I think that he'll be ready to roll even further off of that race, second off of the long layoff for Anguston, the number 7 horse, who's 13-1.
He's had a lot of starts and stops in the past couple of years. It's dated back to August of 2019. He came back in June of 2021. He won that race, and then he came back in February of 2023 and was second in a very good performance. And sometimes we see that happen with turf sprinters. They're just able to get themselves fit off of lengthy layoffs. He's been consistent, he's been good, and he's very fast, Scott.
The number 3 horse is your top play. That's Beer Can Man. Nothing to knock here. And the Phil D'Amato runners coming in from the West Coast have done very well at Keeneland Racecourse, 9-5 on this 5-year-old gelding. He hasn't raced in a while, though. It's been over a year since we saw him compete down the Hillside Turf Course at Santa Anita in the San Simeon Stakes.
Yes, but he's another one. I just think with his type of speed, it doesn't necessarily matter as long as he gets himself into good position. He's 5 for 6 at this distance. He's a 6-time winner on the turf as well. And before he was sidelined, I felt like was really hitting his stride. He was in the best form of his life, running against graded stakes company, even multiple graded stakes placed. So if he can run back to some of those races, and that is a big if, he's the class of the field.
It's a competitive group, another phenomenal wagering opportunity as they've just called for riders up for the 10th and final here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Claiborne, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up at 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Post time in just 8 minutes. Field parading to the post in race 10, 7 minutes until post time. A reminder, scratch the 9 Johnny Unleashed as well as 13 through 16. Post time coming up in 7 minutes. A reminder, race 10, late scratch. Number 9, Johnny Unleashed is a late scratch, and also the also eligibles 13 through 16 scratched as well.
Taking a look at the field as they're warming up for today's 10th and final race. And here's the 2 Smokin' Jay for trainer Kelsey Danner, coming in off of a win last time out at Gulfstream Park. I'm just surprised by this horse's professionalism and just his behavior this afternoon. When you think about a turf sprinter, because of their natural speed, you always think that they're very high energy, going to be on their toes, and that isn't necessarily the case all the time. This horse is so relaxed, but yet in the past he has been known to show speed. Last time out, he did close from off the pace, but he just looks like a really happy horse on the track this afternoon and very relaxed, seems to have acclimated to his surroundings this afternoon. The number 5 horse, Front Run, the Fed, this was another horse that I thought was making a really nice appearance. I didn't necessarily pick him in the top 3, but when you look at his past performances, he's gone against Grade 2 company, Grade 1 company. He even was just lost by 3 lengths in the Grade 1 4-star Dave. He's gone back and forth between sprint distances and middle distances, and I think that's kind of why his price is 13 to 1, kind of a long shot in this race, because he has done so many things all on the turf, but it is a question, what is his best distance? To me, he looks really sharp coming into this race, and I think he could put on a big performance. And the 6, the 6, Nobles, is trained by Larry Ravelli, and he comes back to the turf today for the first time since the Quick Call Stakes. It was a disappointing performance for him that day, but we talk about one horse in the sprint division, that's Big Invasion, and he is a very nice turf sprinter. Now, the thing with him, he needs to make the lead, and that might be a problem with the presence of Anguston in here and other speed to the outside, like the 11 Nobody Listens. But this horse seems to be very professional, very sharp today for Larry Ravelli, and he'll have to hit the ground running and hope that he can make that lead, or at least hope that he is good enough to withstand a little bit of pace pressure and still hold off some of these late challengers. He's 10 to 1 on the board right now, and we're taking a look at the 3 Beer Can Man, as he is your 9 to 5 favorite coming off the layoff for Phil D'Amato.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Claiborne. They are at the post. And they're off. Just Might bounds right out for the lead. Nobody Listens is there. Beer Can Man toward the inside is away running in third. City Drifter comes out in the fourth position. And then Mark of the Z moves up toward the outside in fifth. Ice Chocolat's in sixth position. Dowajack Chief far outside is in seventh. Nobles is eighth. Smokin' Jay is in ninth. Anguston is 10th. And Front Run the Fed last of the 11, 9 lengths off the lead as the field moves on to the far turn. Up front, Just Might leading Nobody Listens by 3/4 of a length. It was 21.29 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Gap of 3.5 more lengths then. Back to City Drifter in third, just outside of Beer Can Man, who's toward the rail, moving up third. Still 6 lengths off the lead. Quarter mile to go. Mark of the Z is 7 from the front as they turn for home. Smokin' Jay is still far back. Just Might has the lead, and Nobody Listens is there in second. Beer Can Man third toward the inside. Mark of the Z is fourth on the outside. Anguston is still far back. Front Run the Fed is trying to pick his way through traffic. Just Might. Front Run the Fed is diving to the inside. Mark of the Z comes from the outside. Front Run the Fed. Ray Gutierrez. What a stretch run.
Boy, turning for home, it sure looked like Just Might had done enough early on to put this field away as he maintains at least a 2.5 length lead. But here comes the 5 in the white cap. He still has a lot of work to do. He dives down to the inside as Kurt Becker called, then finds another split and goes on to win for George Sharp impressively in the nightcap.
There were a lot of happy and loud people celebrating here on the apron, Scott, with this 12-1 winner. And yes, this was an epic ride by Ray Gutierrez. I don't know how he found this seam in the late stages of the race, but he certainly found him, and he had the horse underneath him to get through it as well. Congratulations to the Connections upsetter in the nightcap.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race: number 5, Front Run the Fed, was first. Number 8, Mark of the Z, was second. Number 10, Just Might, was third. The 11, Nobody Listens, was fourth. And the 3, Beer Can Man, fifth. 5, 8, 10, 11, 3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Claiborne, number 5, Front Run the Fed, owned by George Sharp, trained by Kyle Caramore. 2 wins today for Ray Gutierrez. Front Run the Fed, a 70-year-old son of Fed Biz out of Lawless Miss by Posse, bred in Kentucky by Colts Neck Stables. Keeneland September sales graduate gets the 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good at 102.23, and the results are official. 5, 8, 10, 11, 3, the official results. Pick 6 pays on a consolation 5 of 6. There's a carryover of over $135,000 for tomorrow's card for the Pick 6. There's also a super high 5 carryover, $10,145. Late Pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Again, the Pick 6 carryover, $135,000 for tomorrow's card. First post, 1 p.m. Eastern. Trophy presentation upcoming. In the winner's circle, the Claiborne Trophy presentation for Race 10 to the connections of Front Run the Fed. A reminder, the second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.